looked out west sky, might see the grandest ship that ever be. Came bounding in out from the deep. What secrets does she keep? Acid burning Lady Grey, General Gunpowder, Dragonheart, and Dave the Geek, Danny Samini and Hammy with Diamine sang. Flow, let the pains flow, the eclectic visions flow, run and pick was yours, Captain Mad Love's home.
Was it up for that for the few minutes? Was it live for 15 minutes? And there's really okay. Interesting. There's only 2 people. Okay. And you. What was the butt? You said butt. Okay. So what I'm going to do while there's... Are you the other person out of that 2 viewing? Oh. Yeah, can you cover the chat for me for a minute? I'm going to run upstairs and medicate the baby head. Oh, good. I'm also going to look and see if I have another one of these old pans that might be just a wee bit. Wait a minute. Oh, that's a blue background. I don't know how blue background's going to... Oh, I guess it could. No, that's plastic. Never mind. Okay. Is that a yeah?
Yeah.
I know Jay was having his 2nd anniversary the other day. I really appreciate that. I don't know that I brought my phone down. I'm not entirely sure on that one. Oh. Man, I just wiped the sweat. Oh. I heard you say something.
There's a lot of people streaming.
Oh, there you are. Still on silent, or he would have said, hello. You. My phone. It's okay. We were playing a game. I saw that. But you did that already. You said, wait, you're talking to me. Turn this down, and let that down. And let them all down, down, down. Put us under Dungeons and Dragons today. Dungeons and Dragons, or would it be better if it was art? Yeah, I don't know if they actually come to seed painting when you go to a Dungeons and Dragons show. I haven't figured that out yet. I gotta ask people. But I think maybe art. Yeah, I guess art is good. I see you guys out there. Why are you being so quiet? We only have the face cam up today. I mean, we only have the hand cam up today. The face cam is not doing what I want it to do, so we are going to go... Oh, I was going to check for another pan. That's right. Or at least one of those flat serving dishes. I kind of wanted another magnetizing space to do this in. Hello, Blade Mark. How are you doing? I think we just have a few people here. I might break this little gal out here and maybe just give her a little love to these bases. Let me see. We got a little file. Give them a little alcohol bath. Oh, there you are, buddy. You wondered what happened to you. What are you up to this evening, Blade Mark? You know what I's up to. I don't know if there's an all in there. I think there's a bunch of lurkers today. I don't know if they're working on a Sunday, but definitely working. Put that back there. No, I've got some water. Yeah, I probably will in a short period of time, so. Hello, Iffy. Welcome, welcome. Are you coming right back in? No, just it's highly likely that it will happen, and I just want to make sure you're not, like, you know, checking out, because if you are, then Doggo may or may not need to go out. I don't, if she didn't get taken out for the pre-stream out, then that's what she's saying. If she's already been taken out for a pre-stream out, then she's lying and talking about chicken. Okay, I did not either. Hello, Web Venom. Okay. Thank you. I have not made it to my messages in there in a minute. It's been a little bit crazy over here, let me tell you what. So I will check them this evening, probably before I go to bed, Eb Venom. Thank you for popping in and saying hi. You had to hunt down the last airbrush nozzle. Geek, can you check the pantry and see if there's another metal pan that might work with less of a lip? So like maybe a cookie sheet or something, a little, I need something with less lip to it if I'm gonna add a second one.
Well, I can't help you looking.
So I figured since we had just a few people here, I would go over doing a little bit of cleaning. I don't really need to go over it. You guys know how to do this. You guys are better at this than I am. Oh, well, I'll try, Ebb Venom. Good is not on my list of things to do today unless it involves good painting. I could do good painting. How about that? Or at least I'll try to do good painting. Got it. I tell you what, there's something about being down in the studio that seriously gets the fuzzies in the nose. It's right. If I can't be good, I'll be good at it. Your new air compressor has arrived. Yes! Excellent. Excellent. You climbed out of your painting slump. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that, Iffy. Your Reapercon project. Okay, well, I actually was going to do a little bit of wet sanding here. Kind of get these. Because I also have, Geek has hooked up the airbrush booth for me so that we can get into the airbrush booth if we need to, which will be really, really cool. And yeah, that. I'm staying hydrated. I actually was so I asked him to bring the airbrush booth up, and then we have, that was more important to me than the, hang on, than the face cam today. What just happened? Did somebody go subscribe on the YouTubes? I just saw that pop. Oh, it disappeared. What did it say? Let's see. Uh-oh. I think somebody went and followed on the YouTube, but it only stays on my screen for a short period of time, and then it disappears. What just happened? Did somebody go subscribe on YouTube? Did we get raided? Was that a raid? I'm going to lay out a little chem wipe here. For anybody who's been in the military, you might know what a chem wipe is. It's a long story how these came into my hands, actually. Oh, it didn't show me what happened. I think somebody went and subscribed. I'm going to do a little alcohol bathing here. She's not allowed to get naked on YouTube, so she's going in the alcohol with all of her clothes on. I'm going to scrub under her armpits. So I kind of wanted her to be clean so that when the airbrush booth was up and working, we could get her in there. Looks like there's a lot of people streaming Warhammer today. I was kind of glad I was just streaming art and not Warhammer. Man, there's a lot of people out there streaming the Warhammer. Anybody seen anything interesting today? So my birthday's in 2 days. And usually I start celebrating my birthday a couple weeks before my birthday and a couple weeks after my birthday. This year I was busy with other things and I never did it. So I did the memorial, and we had the Super Chibi weekend, and we have the Mother Lovin' Paint Party. And so I really wasn't able to do anything like just specifically for my birthday. So even though today is Mother Lovin' Paint Party, my birthday being in 2 days, which I will probably stream for my birthday. We'll see how that goes. I'm not entirely sure. I might be spending the day. I might have made an appointment and not thought about it. Is the 27th on Monday, you guys? Because if it is... Okay. And we'll give the tree a little bath too. I'm gonna get all that excess of anything that might be on there. And then I thought maybe we'd pop into the airbrush booth and we'd do a little bit of airbrushing. I will probably do a lot, like on this, mostly airbrushing. I mean, you know, I can just airbrush this and I can add some ink and then I can do a little bit of dry brushing. And it will be really good. That out. And then, of course, his rocks. This is like a really hefty piece right here. They made this out of some really good solid resin. It's nice and filled. It's like it's not hollow, which is really, really cool. So I thought that would be nice to just kind of get that out of the way. I always do an alcohol bath before I do the airbrush priming. You know, and even if I'm doing, it doesn't have to be airbrush priming. Even if I'm doing the priming with the brush, just the plain old paintbrush, I still do the alcohol bath. I find that my primers just adhere a lot better if I do it that way. I don't, you know, I don't have a lot of trouble with paint chipping. It's one of the things that I hear people have trouble with that I've been really fortunate, but I've been doing this the same way since I started. Right? Nope. And you know what? That's one of the reasons why I do the dry brushing that, where you are doing it to kind of bring all of the details out, Dark Virtue. When I first prime it, you saw me do that like with the Hunter, and that's one of the reasons why I do it, is because what it will do is it will let me see all the mold lines and all the little imperfections. Now this tree has some places where the supports were, but honestly, I really feel like it's going to make the tree look cool. So, plus I'm going to put some texture and some moss on the tree, so I think it's going to work out just fine. The tree is also kind of a hefty piece too. It's very solid. But that dry brushing, if you do it like I do, where you prime with a darker color and then you take a super light color and you go all over your model to bring out all the details and dry brush it. Alexa, turn on the air compressor booth. Then you get to go back and you get to find that before you start painting, which is really nice. Okay, so we got a nice clean base. This actually, I find, you guys, dry brushing rocks makes them look good. There is nothing to be embarrassed about when it comes to dry brushing. It is a technique. Use it. Use it. Now this one, we may need to do a little bit of sanding on. Because we want to make sure we don't have any areas on her that might be a little rough. So I go over the whole model. I'm going to show you that what Dark Virtue and I were just talking about. First, I'm going to go over the whole thing, and see she's got like some things in here that are where little supports were. And I'll take those out. Now she's wet, you guys, so I do the wet sanding routine so that I don't have to wear a mask and all the little particles are controlled. There we go. So you can see where those were. And then we can look for the rest of them. She's got a little spot right here on her tail. And, you know, when you're dealing with something like scales, you want to be really careful, like how hard you file, because you don't want to file off all of her scales all around it. And then we're going to go in here. I can see a little area right here. So all I do is just dip it in my rinse bucket to do the wet sanding. Here's some areas on her arm. Make sure you can just kind of turn her around and sort of look for, and the other thing too is rubber gloves really help. Yep, exactly. No, I don't. That's a fact right there. That's why I use the dry brushing before I start Dark Virtues, because I can catch that stuff. So rubber gloves work really good for detecting the little burrs that are the support nubs. When you run a rubber glove over it, it actually snags the rubber glove so you can find them. The other thing you can do when you sand is actually put a direction on your blades. I don't know if anybody's ever told you that before or not, but you can get the sand, and if you use a coarse enough sanding stick, you can actually put a direction on the blades, like they, you know, ran it on the pumice and we're sharpening it. So I just really put, anywhere I think I see one, I'll run my rubber glove over it to determine whether or not that is a place. And if it is, then I just kind of go in there and sand. But a rubber glove will always snag on them. Oh, right. Yeah, the Nurgles, right. I know a lot of people tell me that, like, Nurgles are so organic. So she's got like a bunch of holes in the bottom of her feet that might be in the bottom of her foot that might be a concern, but it kind of depends on what you're doing with the foot, I guess. But her foot kind of looks like it's got indentations in it. So I'll come in there and see if I can smooth it out. That looks pretty good. Now, this one's going to be up against the tree, so it's not as critical, because you know you're not really going to see in there, but I still kind of want to go in there and get the little areas. Make sure I got really smooth. There's a little bit of, I was actually talking to somebody about these on our Discord. I need to get back to them. I haven't received a tag, but we were talking about fixing the, other than sanding, when you are printing out a print, is there any way to solve these print lines? And Geek was talking to me about that the other day. It feels pretty good. Now, hopefully, you know, you always want to hope that nobody put any supports in the face. But one of the things that you might miss, so you got to look really closely at your models. One of the things you might miss is little supports that are areas in between. You need to pay attention for those, because you might not find them till after you apply primer. Like the ones that she has in here, for example. She has the most delicate little earrings. So I just kind of go in, and there'll be areas that have little areas that might have tiny little support nubs, and I'll go in there. I might not be able to fit my finger in there. So I'll go in there and use the side of my razor knife to scrape those little guys out, and then I'll come back and scrub her again with the brush just to confirm that I got them all. And then what I'll do is put at least 2 coats of primer on this baby, so that all these little striations that there might be little striations, it's not unusual. in your print. And in order to solve those, as long as it's minimal, on mine, what I do is I put an extra layer of primer, and some areas on the primer I might actually do 2. I do my best though, even in the shadows, to get all the little nubs that create a support. I'll use the very tip, and if it's a really tiny one up in there, I'll just take the tip and just kind of pull it off and then give it a little scrub so that I make sure that I got it smooth. Now this area right here looks strange to me, so I'm going to give it a little scrape. She won't necessarily have mold lines because she's off of a printer. These guys will have support pimples. I don't know. Yeah, like that sort of. All right, so I go over a lot, like 4 or 5 times. Now, her head thing just got caught on my glove, and it took off, it just took off the tip there, so that's not my favorite. Now we got to do something about that. That's going to have to be battle damage. Actually, my rubber gloves did that while feeling for nubs. Downside, she's really pokey. And now I've got to shave that back like the bone is broken on her head. Not exactly what I call a happy little accident. But you could repair it with a little green stuff if you wanted to. Like if you're finding that, oh yeah, you don't like it with a little bone cut back. There's a support that left kind of a dent in her head. Again, I'm wet sanding, so if you're not wet sanding and you're doing resin, you want to wear a mask. Okay? I'm going to cut this one back because it broke off, and instead of making a new one, I am going to battle damage it. My gloves protect my hands. They're in pretty bad shape, but at the same time, there's going to be some downsides to it sometimes. Then again, if I was wearing no gloves, it could be that the oil from my hands, because I have to keep a medical grade lotion on them in order to keep them from cracking with all the crap that I stick my hands in. And that'll work. I may decide after I primer that I don't like it and come back, but for right now, I'm kind of digging it. Make sure I got those supports all the way back here in the ribs. I can still see a couple more. Right up in there. That's good. I think I got them all. Okay, I want to break off another one of her horns. My glove. I do want to check this one off. This one right here is kind of bothering me. We got some paint along going on out there. So glad to hear that. You know how much I just love to hear when people are getting their paint on, you guys. That makes me happy. Glad if you got their inspiration back. That makes me happy too. All right, that's looking pretty darn good. I got a little spot right there on the wrist, maybe. See a little something going on there. Excellent. All right. Line it up here. Put a little foot in the hole. See how we do. Okay. Just going to take a look at it and see what I think. Make sure I got everything. Gain a little perspective. But she's ready if I fire up the airbrush booth. Of course, I'll paint her before I attach her to the tree. And voila. And this is ready too. So I'm going to put these over in the airbrush booth. There we go. We'll let that go for now. And in the meantime, I'll put all these little pieces away from all the sanding. And we'll bring out our V1K. And give him some love. All right. I thought I might have put 10 a.m. on the shout out last night because I got confused what day of the week it was. All right, so as you can see, we've got our wet palette, if you guys look, on the opposite side today. Okay. And we're going to bring out our fellow here. Get him in a nice focus for you guys. I got him on the magnet today so we can spin him around and I can go hands-free. I got him on our Grim Grip. I wanted to do a little hands-free activity. And I'm going to need a little bit of this Dollar Rowney Payne's Gray. You guys know how I feel about that. And we're going to use that so we can build our bit of shadowing going on today, probably. And really what I want to do is I want to get this OSL and skin. Well, I put out there that we were going to finish the effects on his helmet today. So that. And I kind of want to address the OSL as well. Now this, putting out so much green light, I'm not too worried about it. But I kind of still want to get that skin a wee bit smoother. So I think that what I'm going to need is a little in-between color. And if you remember, which you may not, and you may not have even been here, we were using the smallest amount. Oh, and it blew up when I shook it. Oh no. Of magenta by Chimera Color. Hey, Troll Painting. Welcome back aboard, mate. We're blowing up some paint over here. What are you doing? You painting along? We still have a few things broken over here, as you can see. But my theory on this is, as long as people can see the painting, then I think we're doing okay. That's a little bit of magenta that I'm putting out, you guys. The magenta got really excited over here and just spewed a whole bunch of... it didn't spew it all over me, so you didn't miss anything funny. I know you're probably thinking that. Thank you very much. I am definitely working on, you know, getting getting that look isolated. We're going to go ahead and take the excess off the brush here. Man, those paints are like heavy. And let's see, we had a little bit of, I believe we were using that milk, the milk bottle cream. And I'm going to put that over here. My white away from everything. And I do believe we also had a little bit, I decided on the samurai green. Again, Chimera color, look out. Very, very potent like we want. There we go. That's all we need. Let's see, else in that skin, we had a little bit of a, hold on, it is ground brown. We were actually making a little blue to the skin there. We were doing a little bit of blue tint. And the blue we had out was actually, hold on. I probably should have kept these colors all together like a good kid, but instead I got really excited and cleared all the colors off my desk, and there's that. Let me see. I'm going to look through all these here. It will come to me when I see it. I know for sure we were using Channel 6. That's their neon yellow. Oh my gosh, that milk bottle cream is my favorite. Yeah, it is. It's a really, really respectable. It's a little tiny bit a little bit more warm than vanilla, but definitely in the vanilla family. Like you could just add the tiniest touch of Indian yellow. And I do mean like just the littlest bit, and it will make the perfect vanilla, because a lot of times the French vanilla, it has, when I say that, I mean French vanilla. It has cinnamon in it, so it has this little teeny tiny bit of like a little caramel look to it, but it's very, very light. The other one I really like is the colonial white, colonial white, but the colonial white is cold. The colonial white is a cold, and the milk bottle is a warm. So you have more going towards, your blue family and more going towards your yellow family here. But that's one of my very, very favorite whites right now. I'm down with that. Let's see. On the subject of the blue, I'm not entirely sure we weren't using Cyrene green, because no, this is blue. I wonder if it's Payne's gray. Oh, okay, so this is a bad moment, you guys. This is what you don't want to do. What you don't want to do is you want to make sure you keep your colors wrote down or your colors with your miniature. Now, I do this. There it is. Okay, I remember now. It is, hold on, I'm going to tell you what it is, the blue it is. It is Platho blue, green shade. But sometimes it takes some memory jogging, so I kind of, tiniest bit. And we're going to use those two colors. They help make the glaze on his skin, so we're looking for that kind of whitish, not very alive looking skin, really. And then I decided we were going to do these tubes with more of a magenta and a red color. Not only is it going to bring out his helmet, but also it's going to kind of look like these are connected into his blood. So we could go maybe with even a little lavender color, like, his blood is not red per se. Oh, that really smells good. How's the doggo? Everything good? Oh, yes. Okay. Did you walk her around the yard? Okay. Well, that's always her turn before we stream. All right. Let's see. And then we are also looking at some other greens here. So what I did is I built this helmet. And this is what I kind of wanted to talk about to anybody that was interested, was how we built this through feathering. And these colors that glaze that we're using from cuttlefish colors, which are made by cephalopod paints. I layered those, feathered them back, and feathered them forward into each other, back and forth, not wet blending, feathering one over the other, glazing, so that we got this fantastic effect on the face of his helmet. Then the other thing that we were going to do is when we came in here, I was going to take, a little bit of what I would like to be a tealish blue, but super powerful. And I will tell you, the truth of the matter is that very little in paint. I really like ink for this job. We've got to find the right ink. Now, there's several on my desk that are made by Green Stuff World. I'm a big fan of the Green Stuff World paints, you guys. Inks. So when I think, but I'm not positive, that I actually ordered the inks again. When I was ordering one of everything from them. Oh, good. You're going to be happy with that, Troll. You're going to be really happy with that color. And you do paint a lot of natural tones, you like to, and so you're going to find that that fits right into your world. I think that we don't have enough variations of white, and not everybody is familiar with mixing a lot of white. So let us try no, I'm going to really go for the green, you guys. I'm going to go dig out the ink, like really. Let's see what I have. I knew it. I've got to have a teal. I got to. Yep, here we go. Well, that's Bombay green. Now it's no. Here's all of it. Not definitely green. Yep, we're gonna go see. Okay, so I have this does not necessarily always play. Okay, you grabbed set 1 through 4. Okay, and a few loose. Okay, did you get the neon colors? Yeah. Oh, Troll, the medium. Make sure you shake the medium really good. The medium is like the shit. Oh my gosh, use that medium like in everything. So I'm actually thinking about changing over. I'm going to find out if I can buy larger bottles of it. But I'm thinking about changing the medium in here to see if it works. What I've been doing is taking the medium, Troll. Let me find my bottle. Hold on. Where'd bottle go? Never put your paints away, guys. Okay? Just listen to the captain. Don't put paints away. You won't lose paints. Here we go. Yeah, okay. So first of all, they got a child-proof cap. Oh, good point. Good point on that. Okay, they got a child-proof cap on them, but the other thing that I do with it, is I just take it and I put a few over here on the palette. I'll take it and I'll put a few drops of that. Like, actually, you know what I told myself, you guys? The last time we talked about this, hold on, I'm picking that up. The last time we talked about this, there. Medium. Just a little bit. Okay. So I've been now using that, and then also using my thinning agent that I make. Oh, wonderful. Now I will tell you though, the neon colors, that is true. So I can show you with the glazing. What they really help do is fortify and bring other colors alive a lot, and they're really good for OSL. Okay, so what I used, oh yeah, you guys are gonna want to know. So what I used is this. Now I'm not recommending this to you. All right, I'm not saying put this on your desk. I'm just showing you what I'm using. Okay, I got this on sale. Actually, I'm covering this because I don't promote this company. So let me get an indelible marker. I don't do that. I want you guys to know that this bottle of ink has been hanging around for a minute, and I don't want to promote that company. So Dick Blick sells this. Lots of your bigger art dealers in the UK will sell it. So I'm not recommending this to you because it's India ink, but I use it. There's a learning curve with it. and you want to, before you get excited with it and start slapping on your minis and mixing it with your paints and everything, you want to learn about it, okay? So we're not focusing on that right now, though. I just wanted to show you what it was and then not promote that company. All right. So that being said, what I'm going to do with it is I'm going to go right in here where we have these little ports, right? Let's focus in on those for just a second. It's kind of a little tight, bit of a tight spot. I'm going to go right there where we have those ports. Let me move this over and put him there for you guys, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this little area here that is the port, and I'm just going to take a tiny, tiny bit of water. Just get those a little bit wet. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to get a tiny bit of that really dark ink, okay? That, and just kind of let it do its thing so that we get a little bit of a variable in the area, okay? I'm going to do that same thing on the other side. Have you guys looked at our Kickstarter? If you haven't seen the Kickstarter, please pipe up. And let me just can I get a shout out, Geek? In the here we go for the Kickstarter. Just in case you're out there lurking and working and whatnot, let me put the link. Geek's gonna put the link for the Kickstarter in the channel for you guys, okay? And so you guys can go check it out. We have 11 days, you guys, just 11 days left. So please go check it out and support. If you feel like it's a good thing for you, what I can say is that it's going to come out in time, hopefully, to be able to get it to everybody for Christmas. So please, please consider it as a Christmas gift, supporting a maker. I'm trying to do all Christmas gifts this year, all handmade by people. Okay, now what we're going to do, all right, is we're going to make a few small breakaway points on his armor, because I'm getting ready to clean this up, all the little areas. Let me get him in a little bit. Let me get a little closer, and there we go, you guys. Okay, so some of the areas of his armor, as I come in and I start cleaning up, one of the things that's going to happen is that we're going to get a little bit less of this the green glow happening. So one of the things I'm going to do, I'm going to take a very small amount of that neon white over here on the palette, yellow over here on the palette, you'll see, and I'm going to bring it over here. And I'm going to take a little white, the brightest white, plain. Take a little bit of my mixing medium and I want to thin it down. Don't mix with your liner, you guys. That's a bad example. There you go. Grab that and go take a look at that Kickstarter. If you guys are not backing that, hey, you know what? Even a few bucks just to help us close it if we don't make it is super helpful, you guys. If we have a successful Kickstarter, one of the things that is really cool is that when we come back with our next Kickstarter, which we do plan to do for you guys, they kind of help promote you. So it makes it a lot easier. All right, over here on the palette, we're making a whitish neon yellow. Now what that does is the white causes a more intense opacity. More coverage. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to find a few areas where I think that this is going to make sense. Also where it's going to help focusing the eye. But the other thing this is going to do is you will see as we build this how it kind of starts to make the armor look alive. No luck on the other cookie sheet, Geek? Now I'm going to ixnay the liner, all right? Too much touching with the tip, and it's already got a tip thing going on. I'm going to use something with a wee bit more belly so I can get a little more longevity. Actually, what I'm going to use is one that's a little bit messed up, but keeps a good tip stick. I have to admit that, you guys, seriously, if you know anybody that's got like a lot of problems with painting, this grip has been a huge help for me with my back posture and whatnot. I'm going to take all the paints out of the tray, you guys, so that you can see how I do this to maintain. I want you guys to witness this. So I utilize the side of this metal pan. Let me back out a little bit for you guys. I know you won't quite see the mini as well, but what I want to do is I want to back out. So I want to be able to show you this. So I use, so that I can get my elbows on the table, right? What I will do to get better lines is I will support my hand on my arm here. So that I can come in here and get these little recesses without having to hold the mini. And what this helps me do is stay steady a little better, so I don't, you know, recently I got an adjustment to my medication. It's pretty much past me now, but when I first did, I developed the shakes from it, and that's not very good for my, you know, miniature painting examples, right? Because then I'm just like shaking all over the place. I can't make a straight line and whatnot, and it was super helpful. The other thing that it's helped me with for sure is posture, so that I'm not slumping into my miniature because it's just being held at the right distance from my face. I'm not floating around on the camera and whatnot. And also I can get all these really good angles, you know, without having to struggle. I use the pan to twirl in, but honestly, you can totally just twirl the mini as well. Like here, we can twirl and see. I feel like Troll, did you know did you know that the, oh, I forgot to tell you. You know, he dropped the price, right? We reduced it for the last run of the Kickstarter. We dropped it by $10. Yes, for sure, Troll, because we just dropped the price. We dropped it 25%. I really think that you also, you know, the one I'm using, Troll, is a prototype. I bought into the Grim Grip when it was just a concept, when he was making it for me. Geek and I bought into it, so I have stock of the original Grim Grip after he made the prototype, after he finished with all of the input on the prototype. So I have some stock, and it was really nice. He should be sending me my original Grim Grip here soon. I think a lot of people can. So one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to donate some of my stock. What I'm trying to do over here, and in case you guys want to know, so my birthday's in a couple of days. And the reason that I have the number on my birthday that I have is because what I want to do, this is my goal, is I want to buy the supplies to start up a art class for veterans, a miniature painting. There, I looked and looked and looked and couldn't find one. So I'd like to start a miniature painting class for veterans to show them this side of it that is so good for your mind. Now here's something really interesting, and I'm going to put this on my next review. Okay, here we've got it magneted to this pan. Troll, I want you to pay special attention to this. So I've got it magneted to the, and these pans, you probably have to get them like at the Goodwill. Just take your guy with you, your Grim Grip with you, right? And just make sure that it magnets to the pan, because a lot of pans are made out of this crappy metal where it's not going to stick, right? But here's the part that blows my mind. And as of yet, nobody's done the review on this part, but I want to show you something about going hands-free. Are you ready? Okay. Ball, mini. So a lot of times what I will do is I will like literally lean my hand up here on the mini, on the ball, and then release the brush down to the mini so I can get a line where I want it. Of course, if it has dog hair on it, that messes up your line. I'm just saying, don't paint with dog hair, right? I've always held pinky to pinky. I can show you guys like whole tutorials on how to brace your hands for support because of all the problems that I have with my joints. But so I'll do the pinky hold. So I'll press the pinky on it, and then I holding the brush, right? Can you see that? There you go. And then come down here, but I'm holding my pinky on the ball to get this so that I can get those lines. And what this does is this actually lifts my elbow up off the desk. So the thing I was getting in my elbows, it was causing the elbows to lock up from having them on the desk for too long, is starting to have a reprieve. It's starting to be a lot better. Now here's the other cool part. So you got just this just like this is perfect for you, right? You're going along and you're doing it. Well, now the cool part about this is, instead of us having to find another way to reposition our hand, let me mix a little more paint and then I'll show you. Okay, we're gonna take the ugly brush here. We're over here and we're putting some more of that neon, bright white, and we're mixing, right? Okay, and then when I'm all done with that, take the excess all off the brush and I'll come in here to get a little bit of the mixing medium. And then I'll get some of my distilled water mixture. Yeah, I'm loving that medium. Okay, then I've got just the perfect thing. Hello, Valandar. Yes, weasel hair. I know, right? The problem is I wouldn't have time to stream if he had to go hunt weasels. Okay, so now check this out, troll. So we got this, right? And we got this this is my pinky grip. This is something I've been doing forever, so my hand is really used to it. But here's what I found. Now look, I can just rotate my mini and I still get to keep my pinky grip. Right? And then so wherever it is that I need to get it, I just get to go in there and do that. And I don't have to, I'm not sailing off into another direction on the stream. And it keeps it right exactly where I need it to do this. Because the pinky is the thing that I've used forever to support. So my pinky on this hand is super strong. Okay, and then again. What you up to, Valandar? Once we get all those where we want them, take that mini, turn it. You can also just like curl your pinky under like that and put that ball right rested in the hand and just come right in here. And this, seriously, and I have a few people I know, but I forgot who they are. I think Hatter has the shakes. I think, I could be wrong about that, but I did not know a whole lot about resolving the shakes until the medication thing happened. I was like, so they said, well, I need to cut back on it, but then even cutting back on the medication didn't resolve it. So it turned out that it was I just happened to have that side effect. Now, when we get to the point where we get like here, right? I can put my hand around it, support the mini upward, so I can come even farther over with my hand. And the mini is supported right where I need it. Now I'm going to use my hand. I'm going to support the mini, and then I'm going to use my hand right here, and I'm going to support the pinky right there so that I can get in these weird spots all up underneath. Turn him a little bit more, and we'll do that again. Oh, you got your bones. Ah, okay. All right. I know there's a lot of people getting theirs. I think I was in the last wave. Yeah, I heard about that, Valander. I really don't know. I can't talk about that in front of everybody. I really can't. Because I chased you and chased you. And you had all this other stuff. And you broke my heart. And now I just don't know how we're going to make up. I don't know, Valander. It's going to be a long road. We're going to have to figure out a way. I'm telling you what. You're one of the few men in my life I've ever had to chase, Valander. I'm not used to chasing men. Women, maybe, but I'm really not used to chasing men. And it was just, oh, it was heartbreak. Just heartbreak, my friend. Now you're all busy and important and off doing that. What's a girl to do? What's a girl to do? Take notes, Troll, on how I am utilizing this so that you can get some of this hands-free. One of the things also, Troll, Hun, with your posture and sitting in the big chair, you got to watch that, doll. You got to watch that. You might need... I know you like to bring your minis like right up to your face, and so it might even be worth maybe getting... You do know what a harmonica support is, right? Or no? And if not, then look it up. Because you might consider, since you sit in the big chair and do your painting, getting a harmonica support for your minis. Oh, I see, Valander. Now he's not going to answer me. But what I'm hoping that what you guys can see is all the ways. I'm actually considering two, Troll. I'm considering opening a level of the Patreon that has the when you sign up for it, for X length of time, that it will come with a Grim Grip. Because, like I said, I have stock in it, so. Alright, do you see that? Now you see where we got a lot more lines. See how much more vibrant they came in and everything? And that's, so what we did is we took the neon and we added, now mind you, we're layering, because we're using glazing paints, so we've come in here and all this little area that we're working on here. Now I want to take plain white. Plain white. We're using the bright white, the night white. Hold on, I gotta see where my line is. I gotta change lenses for just a second, you guys. It's got a couple of lines that sometimes, I know you guys have probably been through this, but sometimes when you're painting a mini, you'll come to a certain spot and it's like you can't quite see what the line is doing. So, especially when they've been printed on a 3D printer. No, I even have this problem sometimes with some of the ones that are not. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna look here. Excuse me for just a second while okay, I see where it is. Well, the camera's not gonna be able to see this. What I'm doing is I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna doctor this area right here so I can get this line just right. This is white. So the white, notice what, as I do this, the white, whoa, do not put that much. The white is going to intensify these areas that you have that we're going to make little hot spots, okay? We're going to use plain white for that, and then we're going to come in and we're going to clean it up, and you'll see what happens. The other thing that I find really useful about it, Troll, is that, so you're kind of right now I'm kind of cradling my mini, right? But I'm really not. Like, all the weight of this mini is taken off of it because of where it's sitting. And that's just really kind of a cool thing. Because I'm not actually holding it. I'm just sort of letting it nest in my hand so that, and then the grip is taking the weight off of it. So there, see, now hand gets tired, I can sit it down, I can relax it, and then I can come back and I can get it. Please yell at me if my hood gets in the way, you guys, okay? For those people that are out there lurking. Now, what we're doing is we're creating like a breakaway. I call it in lava. So notice, do you notice now how like super vibrant all those lines are looking? That's because we're using a white that is a glaze. These paints being designed for glazing. And you want to make sure that you want to make sure that your striations come to little tips when you're doing this, unless they're like, in the case of the belt, just blocking it off, right? And then I'm going to show you something else. Okay, it looks like we got the front really good. We're going to go over here on the side now. Now, I designed this holder for him because of the shape. He's a different shape of miniature. And having that different shape, his weight, the way his weight lands on it, I needed to come in here and devise a little something because he's an odd shape. But all I did was just take a mini and I put the little magnet on the bottom of the main piece I wanted him to be on. And then I balanced him on it so that I could get a good visual for you guys. It's going to be so cool when we come in here and clean this up. You guys aren't even going to believe it. I love to do me some glow. I do. I'm using the very tip, a little bit of the medium, and a little bit of the mixing water that I have. I love to do fantasy. We're on a whole fantasy roll. One of my students and I, Troll. That's what we've been working on, like the last 2 months is fantasy. Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar troll. So you guys, it's Sunday, and we usually do sharing on Sundays. So if you want to share in the chat, please share what you're working on. Remember, so the Love Gallery over here apparently is still broke down. However, my airbrush booth is up and working, and I thought maybe we might jump into that today. Again. So I'm going to support myself with my finger there. Did it wear out a little bit, Geek? Okay, so I think number 2 might be something that isn't necessary for you. Oops. Well, yeah, we'll talk about that later, so I can tell you, because that's what you're experiencing actually right now. Okay. All right. Now you see we have all that going on, right? Okay. So again, remember getting the mental picture. Let's take a look at it. Oh yeah, you want to see the results of the sides of the helmet. Okay. Now one of the things that I can do with that really pumps it up too is to take a little bit of this yellow white. Same thing. Making those little hot spots happen. Excellent. Okay. Oh, I hope your lab won. Somebody's baby, one of my friend's baby got attacked by a coyote here recently, and it was a kitty though. And didn't make it. It made me so sad. Oh, that is good. That is good. Well, you know, he was trying to come on your property, and the lab wasn't having no part of that. Okay, let me put my guy back in here. Oh, no, lenses everywhere. Hold on, you guys. I didn't put it in right. I gotta find it. Hello? Huh. Hang on, guys. Yeah. Dropped my lenses, and now I gotta find them. Not my googly eyes, my the ones I snap into my head. One of my clips is broken. I've really got to get a new set. There we go. I decided that I didn't want to get a new set until I could find something that accommodates. I was not wearing, if you remember when I met you, my googly eyes. So I need, I think, a different set. But I broke, they have like, the thing I like about these is that they have 2 levels. So I don't technically have to wear glasses with them, but I like the fact that I don't have to wear them. And anyway, I broke it. I broke it. All right. So that we are going to need our greens. So one of the greens we were using was this Trilobite by the Cuttlefish. And the other one we were using, oh yeah, there was that Christmas tree green that's not called Christmas tree green. Actually, you know the one I really like is, okay, we're going to use this is the one I really like, is the Elder Druid green. I think that was the one because if you look, it's got like a little bit less blue. But the other one is this, it's not Christmas tree green. It is called Lush Valley. And I really like it. So that's kind of what I'm building, the colors in the body. And then we're going to get a purple because we're going to glaze with a little purple to bring the shadows down. And there's a lot of them, but the one that I was having my eyeball on is the Chromancer. Really nice with a little bit of red. And Goblin Flesh. Hold on. Goblin. Is it purple? Is it purple? Let me see, Troll. Is it purple? Goblin Flesh, not Monkey Ball. If it's a purple, I've got all my purples separated into a box. Let me see. Goblin Flesh. Let's see. Violet. Nightingale. Brickin. Dragon. I don't see it. Warlock. I don't see a Goblin Flesh. Warlock. Oh, yeah. Okay, you sent me on a goose chase. I don't see it. Oh, it's an olive tone. Okay, wait though. So the olive tone is not until last because it's actually more of a little bit of a highlight. But the olive that I'm using, I am really in love with Elven Gray. Elven Gray right now is working it for me. But I really, one of the things I ordered from Green Stuff World when I made the order, so I ordered 1 of everything they make and 2 of some things. But I ordered brown, their kit of brown paint. Oh, dude. I'm telling you what, that so it works. The Elven Gray is going to work as a mixing tone to highlight any green. You can also use it as a mixing tone to highlight any blue, if you don't mind a little green being in it. It is, the ultramarine, as in ultramarines, meaning the marines. Okay, and Vallejo makes a color that's light ultramarine. Everybody that's painted marines and Warhammers got to know the light ultramarine. So if you could imagine that somebody came along and decided they were going to create a version of green like that. That Elven Green is having my heart in that way. Yeah, for me, I think I'm just using, seriously, I'm going to have to get another milk bottle for sure, Troll. Absolutely for sure. All right, let's go over here on the palette, and we're going to put out a little bit of this. This is the Chromancer. Now, remember when you get your paints from these guys, just remember, you guys, that it's important that you mix them. Really, really important. And my desk is a little bit of a Well, you can see all the, let's wait, there we go. You can see all the paint on the back of it. All right, so one of the things that you got to remember is really mix those bad boys good. You should not be releasing any clear liquid from them when you first put the paint out. There's a lot of green. That was okay. So some of these colors are a little thinner than others. Keep in mind they're glazing colors, so you guys want to kind of be careful when you put them out on the palette. So like that was the Elder Druid. It's a little bit thinner. The one that's really thin is this one here. The Afterlife Green is definitely a glazing paint. Already airbrush thin. So it's already like you're going to put it in an airbrush. So shaky, shaky, till you breaky. I'm going to put some of these that I'm using in here, you guys, just so that, yeah, in that one. I have them, and remember them. So just a few while we're doing this. Okay, and then, believe it or not, this color that's all the reflection on him is the magenta. And what ended up happening is I put magenta, a glazing magenta, over a lime green. And we got this beautiful color of salmon. I want to bring it back. I think, I hope, I want to bring it back to the green. That is what I believe. So I'm going to start. Oh, we also need black. Very important. I'm going to go with the Chimera Black. Actually, no, I'm not, because we are glazing. Let us just stick with the Night Black. Night Black is the black by the Cuttlefish. It's a cuttlefish color by Cephalopod. So confusing. Cephalopod. Also, I can use a little bit of the ink in there if I wanted. That's a nice thought. Yeah, I think I might do that. This is what I'm putting here on the palette. That is a little bit of Payne's Gray. It looks black to you. It is not black. It is actually a blue. We are going to mix our olive green into that so we can make a respectable green shadow with a tiny bit of blue hue. Okay. Yes, it is. No, isn't that one more coral troll than salmon? Hold on. I remember that color. That was a funny thing we had. No, that's, I'm not to like tell you, no, that might be what your eye sees, but actually, so yeah, this is actually more orange than salmon. What I can tell you about it is, if you were to add, but then again, okay, I'm being overly critical because being from Alaska, troll, I apologize. There's so many colors of salmon. And so when you get really, really good salmon out of the rivers over there, they're a lot more red than this. But this actually really is a color. I think you're onto something there. I think a lot of people would refer to this as salmon. But it could also be considered, yeah, it could also be, they do darken as they notice. Also online, they don't quite look the same, troll. What I can tell you is it's a really good color. I hope you got some, because the most amazing thing about it is that it makes melon. This and the milk bottle make the most beautiful melon. Oh, melon. This is like a really bright melon when you see it. If you were to add the tiniest bit of, hold on, let me take a look here for just a second at which one it was. I want to say Fireball Orange. If you take the smallest amount of the, so believe it or not, a lot of the salmon, I'm not kidding you, I think a little bit of the Fireball Orange. Hang on, we're going to move this just for a second, and we're going to put a little bit of Fireball Orange out here. And some of this raw meat, which is just, it, that is, honestly, troll, the name is so uncool compared to the color. For me, I mean, there it is. So what I'm going to show you is the most beautiful color of salmon right here. Right there. This is like salmon roe, like salmon eggs. Oh my gosh, right? And so I was actually thinking about that salmon thing. Oh, it's gonna be this Fireball. I hope you got Fireball is like the orange, dude. The orange, dude. Yeah. So it's a little bit of Fireball, and then a little bit more of the raw meat, and it makes the perfect, really vibrant salmon meat color. Now, if you put a tiny bit of red in that, you'll get a little bit more mature salmon color, but it looks just like roe. Salmon roe is this color right here. I was a pro at this at one point in my life. And the Fireball orange, yeah, the Fireball orange is like a super good base orange. And you can use it to glaze over any of your colors that you want to bring out a super vibrant orange glow effect. Haven't gone into orange glow yet. We're working on green glow right now, you guys. Green glow. Let's stay focused, Captain. Let's stay focused. Okay, so let's put that back over that so we're not looking at orange. See, got it. Trolls come in and get me all sidetracked. I have to start mixing colors again and get crazy with it. All right. Now we're gonna do those hoses, but first we're gonna come in here. First, guys, let me take. I've been drinking a lot of liquid, so let me take a quick bio because we're gonna do some little tedious areas here. And you can always get Fireball orange later. If you already have the base orange by Pro Krill, that's a really good orange too.
Yep.
Okay, so Demon Fire. Demon Fire. Hold on, I'm gonna get glasses here. So Demon Fire is almost a neon orange. If you've got the whole Pro Krill set, here we go. So if you've got the whole Pro Krill set, it's really close. This is Demon Fire. So they're close. When it dries, it's a little bit darker, and of course it has that really nice glazing effect to it. The Fireball, as you can see, is a much deeper orange. The Demon Fire reminds me of the orange, the safety orange, light, similar to the, yeah, I was pretty fond of the Fireball orange. I was like, yep, that, because I do like me some reds and some oranges, so those are always fun. All right, back to this guy. So, got our palette laid out over here. Inky, of course, playing in the paints as usual. And I was going to come in here and, there we go. Start cleaning some things up in the shadows. But then the green leaked into my, because I left it unattended there. That wasn't exactly what I wanted to happen. I'm going to have to go back in and make this darker again. Now, one of the things that I want to do is come in here and get some of these areas that are shadowed deepened up a little bit. I'm trying to feather them up a little bit. I'm going to glaze it, deepen it, and glaze underneath it here where there would be a shadow, right? But I'm going to glaze it in so that I can cover it with another color and get more shadow in there. Oh, you're going to find all kinds of use for them. Be sure you tag me, troll, okay? Like, you know, when you find something that's good for something, then tag me and let me know, because I'm really into these paints because of the glazing aspect of them and having such a background when it comes to glazing. And so if you find something and you're like, oh, this makes fairy dust something or other, then just reach out and let me know. You can put them in the Discord. You can put them on Get Your Fucking Paint On. Okay, so right now I'm just getting a few shadows built in some places I want them so I don't lose anything when I come in here and start cleaning up. I want to make sure I've got all of my primary areas built in really good with a lot of that good olive. Yeah, I'm working on that. Yeah, definitely, I'm working on that, Troll. So that actually would be helpful because you know, if people want to buy them separately or whatever. So I'm definitely doing some focus on you know, little batches. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna come in here and we're gonna clean up. I'm gonna use a really fine brush, and we're gonna choose our greens accordingly. So one thing I want to do is I want to bring the colors up that are, let's bring this down for you guys. There we go. There you go. So I want to bring the colors up here where the glow is, but I'm going to bring them down on the opposite side and in the shadows. So I am going to start in the smaller areas with the shadow color. Okay, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go into the purple. I'm going to use the Payne's Gray to mix with the purple. Okay, so we're going to make a purple color of shadow over here. So our shadows have purple hues rather than the green hue. We're over here. It's kind of a blackish purple a little bit. Okay, let us take, it's a small brush. And so what we're going to do is we're going to get in these areas where we need to put shadows, where things are coming together. The other thing I'm going to do is very, little brush strokes. Hello there, Missy. What are you up to? What is it that you need? Creating a shadow, and then I'm going to come right along this glow area, and I'm going to take a little bit of that, and I'm going to, and notice how I'm bracing my hands so I can get a nice line right there to clean that up a little bit. And then I'm just going to take and bring that shadow down a little bit. There we go, just a little bit. Hello, little girl. How are you? Some of these areas where I'm getting in with the shadow really dark, I will accentuate with a little bit more color. We want to go into these areas right here, like this, where we've got this really nice little breakaway point, and I'm going to clean up so there's none on his uniform. And add some of this to the shadows. Interesting. That would be an interesting read. I'm using a little bit of medium and a little bit of our mixed liquid that I teach you guys to mix up for thinning, okay? And we're going to come in here, and again, I'm going to get right along this line. Not all the way over, because we're not using that color all the way over. In some areas, you'll see it. We want to follow that with how I blocked it in. In other areas, that's not what we're doing. So I want to keep true to the map that I set up for it. Now, putting this color here as you go and you clean up, you remember we're using a glazing medium. You guys are able to come back and glaze over, so don't stress yourself about it. Remember, part of this whole idea is that it's paint, you can go over it. Now, I don't want to, of course, too many times, but I feel like there's a system, so I'm going to go over it a certain amount. She's down here for Chow Geek. Tiny little brush strokes. Oh my gosh, hello Green, how are you? How is life, my friend? I heard your exciting news. Do you want to tell everybody your exciting news, or you're not telling everybody the exciting news? Maybe you're not. Maybe you're not. But if you want to, you can. It's not interrupting my stream, my friend. It is wonderful to hear good things about friends. Look at that, you guys. I think some congratulations in the channel is due right there. Green's gonna be a daddy. And he's gonna make such a good daddy. I wish I was your kid, Green. I want to go back to my childhood. I don't want you. Yeah. We are well. We are well. Everything is better when the dog is better. That I will tell you, my friend. When there's something wrong with the dog, it's not good. Oops, sorry, off camera there. I'm not used to my palette being there, you guys. Sorry about that. Now we're going to clean up all these little areas. If you remember when we came in here, we were making this. I was like, oh yeah, when you come back in here later with the shadow, you'll be able to clean this up. And now here we are. Okay. I'm so glad to see you in here. I was wondering what happened to you, and I was like, oh no, what happened to Green? Is your sweetie excited to be a mummy? Hello. Oh, good. So glad for you guys. I'm so happy for you guys. Hello, Trash Panda. Our crewmate Green is here. He's going to be a new daddy. It's going to make such a fantastic daddy. Can you imagine with that, like Green being your daddy, what an amazing artist you would grow up to be? I mean, he may not be a mini painting artist, but she may not be a mini painting artist, but for sure an artist of some type, I'm sure. Hello, Ishan. How are you doing? We are, right now we're coming in and we're cleaning up all of the areas around our electricity. the shadow areas around it. And then we'll come back in for the secondary areas. Right now we're just cleaning up the shadow areas. And we're announcing that Green Art of Colors, our comrade, is going to be a new daddy soon. When is the baby due, Green? Ooh, I want some peaches. I do love me some canned peaches. Oh, dear Lord. Now, real ones, mind you. My grandma had a friend that used to can every year. Oh, man. She used very little to no sugar in her recipe for canned peaches, and they were so good. Okay, so if you look at this leg, you can see it start to happen. What I should do is mix up something, because we're going to make a highlight so I need to mix up a little bit of a light lavender. In March, born with brushes, like a number 2 and a number 1 and a 0. That's right. You're looking at it from the right perspective. You know what I say, Green? Start them young. Start them young. A spring baby. A spring baby, you guys. We are working on, this guy here is V1K Green. He is from Monument Hobbies. Designed by Mini Monster Mayhem. I am a big fan of Mini Monster Mayhem. I don't know if you've seen his work, but if you saw it, you would truly love it. Believe me when I tell you that. Ooh. Ooh, wait. Oh, no. No, Green, it's not. It's days. We've got days. So you guys, if you're not in our contest, that chibi painting contest is still open. I believe it's like the 13th. Can you look that up, Geek? Hang on, Geek's gonna get the deadline for you guys. Of August, you guys. So there's still time if you want to grab a mini and get involved. You bet. Because Friday the 13th is when, I want to say when the judging begins. 18 days, you guys. There's totally still time. Can you also get a number for me, Geek, on that as we sit right now? You don't have to say it. I would like it for later. I'm actually thinking about getting involved in one myself. Oh, not that one, of course. I can't because it's mine, but you know, I mean. So are you taking the whole summer off, Green? This is very, very tiny little strokes, you guys. What we're doing here is we're glazing the plates and cleaning up all the lines as we do this. Putting the highlights where we need them and building them accordingly. The layers will make a difference in the highlight. So as you layer more, like the knee, for example, notice how the knee is really bright, and that's because I've added multiple layers there. The other thing I'm doing is trying to give a little texture with the highlight, creating a little lines. So that there's a little bit of a variable, not just like a smeared area on him. So when you do that, then you'll notice as the lines come up, when you get the next color, it starts to kind of blend together. Like we did on his helmet, it'll start to blend together. Also, I noticed by putting this peach, this was a very happy little accident, by putting this peach together, or this peach on here that we got with that first glaze that we did, actually created a really nice complementary, meaning they like each other, kind of a idea. So I'm not dissatisfied with that at all. That's the edge. I want to get that edge. Very, very tiny, tiny, tiny little strokes. Like it is so, these little areas are so tiny that it's not even a joke. I got to get a little bit there, that little rib right there. These are the little areas that I think will make a difference when we look at this and decide the total picture. I feel like those little tiny areas. Now it's going to start coming through looking a little bit like skin. Don't worry about it. We're coming in with a secondary color. This is just kind of the underglow a little bit for it. Oh, what a fantastic memorial too, you guys, by the way. Did you see my post? We got a baker's dozen of trees. Did everybody see that on Instagram? For Paint Monkey's memorial. We got a baker's dozen on those. It was absolutely fabulous. little tiny strokes and pulling that highlight right to the edge where I want it. Yep, 13. We ended up with 13 trees, Troll. I actually put it out there on as an Instagram post, not just the story, because I know the story disappears in 24 hours, but I wanted everybody to see how amazing that was. So we ended up planting 13 trees in his name. One of our crewmates passed away, Green. Again, we had a memorial for him. Just something kind of informal. Yeah, they actually had that posted up there, and I thought, you know, that was a really cool idea. I really love trees, so it worked out to for me, and inspired me to plant some trees on the property for our mates that have passed over here as well. But you know, it's really cool because we need to plant more trees in general, and then it's really nice because it leaves something behind in their memory that's going to be growing there for years to come. Is she sitting behind me?
She's in the bed on the seat.
What? Wow. Well, hello, Hammy. Oh, good night, Green. Thank you so much for popping in, my friend. Say hi to the lady for me and tell her I'm so happy for you guys. You know where to find me. Good night, honey. Yes, same to you. And take some of those home to the sweetheart and give her some for me. Okay, so now you can kind of see how that all comes together. It's looking a little fleshy. We've covered the area. It's looking a little bit fleshy, and we don't want that. But right now, we got to come in with a secondary color, and then we got to kind of clean up. So we've got to get a little bit of olive green, a little bit more green. I want to get more green in it. Maybe a little bit of teal. I'm not going to mix with this brush. Bad, Captain, bad. Come over here. I'm going to do a little teal, a little green. Two blue. Okay, a little bit of blue in the green. Yep, and then I got to bring that on down. So we got to add some of the olive to it in order to get more of a medium color, and that's still going to be really bright compared to this. So I don't have my dark green ink out. I do have an olive green ink. What color are these guys? No, this is black and brown. I was using the brown, the walnut brown ink. You can also use the umber, had a little bit much red, but the walnut actually had some red in it too, so, which is not bad, It's just that if we're going to use the magenta as our complementary color, and then we start putting a whole lot of red in the brown, it won't be as complementary. So it might do us justice just to, I'm going to put a little bit out to see what it looks like to my eyeballs. No, I didn't troll. Yeah, I like the brown because of the fact that it is different from the shadows considerably. And that's one of the things that we want to do is kind of keep it. So we want to use that color to come up from the brown, from the shadows. As we come into the light, we'll get a little bit more brown in the green. Mixing it kind of thin. And I'm going to get the areas that are a little bit forward. It'll also give you the opportunity to clean up some of the lines in some areas. I mean, he is a very small character, so you may not get a lot of room to do this. One of the things we may want to do is just go ahead and grab that other green and go ahead and pull it on in while they're wet. One of the things I like about these colors is that they do have that little bit of a medium in them that helps keep them a little bit more moisture going on. So as we come around here, there's going to be a lot of this in the shadows. I might be able to clean up an area, and then I'm going to go ahead and grab some of that secondary and bring it right up here to the front so we can get a little bit of that blended in. That's the medium green or base green that I have over there, right here. This is a dark green up here. But it's not the color that's in the shadows. It goes into the shadows. But you're going to see as it starts to, as I start to clean up with this one, you will start to see what it is that I mean. So we want to save the Payne's gray for like really going into the shadows. Whereas we want this to be the shadow as we move forward. And then little areas here we can clean up. And then we'll just get an even lighter green. That's the one with a little bit of blue in it as you come forward down here, like towards the light, where we're getting more light. And you can clean up with that. I got the fan on, and that actually dried a little sooner than I would have liked to see it dry. I kind of wanted to get a nice tight stroke right along the edge there. The fan doesn't want to let me. There we go. And then what I'll do is I'll just take this this yellow, and I'll just right here on the very edge, as it comes into the light, I'll add a wee bit of yellow. See? Just to get a little, and then come back here and get the shadow again. That's the green shadow. We're not using the Payne's Gray right now, okay? There we go. To help change up the panels as I bring the panels together, right? I will put maybe a wee bit of that base green right at the head of this so that I don't want the panels to come together. And then as I go back into the shadows, again, now as I really am going back into the shadows, I want to make sure that I use the Payne's Gray mixed in there. And then, of course, coming back with the purple. So I want these to be those really dark Payne's Gray. In some areas, there's teeny tiny little panels. You can just, you could just do those really super dark Payne's Gray. But right now I got the green going on. I'm going to come back in with the Payne's Gray and pick that. But do you see how it's starting to clean up? Hello, Laminess. How are you? How are you doing, my friend? This is a little bit more green than I want it. So the nice thing about glazing colors is being able to change the shade. I can come in here with the olive. Mind you now, I have thinned it. And I can bring that tone down. So it's not quite as Christmas tree green. Right now it's still looking a little bit, but I don't know. I'm not entirely sure that I dislike it. The lines are cleaning up very well. What are you up to, Laminess? I've not seen you in a while. We're going to use the dark green with the brown in it to clean up the lines out here. Oh, Melon? Well, thank you very much. My goodness. That is like right in the direction of my birthday funds. I really appreciate it. I have a plan for my funds this year, and I am really appreciative of that. Thank you so much. My birthday is in 48 hours, and I have a plan of what I would like to do with my birthday funds. So Geek started a birthday fund for me. I think I will be painting on my birthday. I'm not 100% positive, you guys. But I think I might do a birthday stream. See if I can, is it in 48 hours? So is mine, Lamonis. Are you the 27th? See if Lamoness is the 27th also. September 1st. Oh, wait, your birthday. Wait, then how can your birthday be in 48 hours? Oh, happy. I'm sorry. I thought you said your birthday was in 48 hours. I'm such a jerk. Okay, sorry. Yes, in 48 hours. I was on the 27th. Oh, yours is September 1st. We're going to put the Payne's Gray down there. Yeah, so I'm kind of doing a little bit of prepping for it. What I want to do, Laminess, is I want to buy all the supplies because I want them separate from my studio supplies, okay? And I want to buy all the supplies so that I can make a class over here in this area. I'm contacting some people. I haven't had any answers yet, but I'd like to make a class for military veterans to realize the positive effect that there's not any classes or courses over here for them on miniature painting. And I'd like to be the one that does that. I found like courses on metal smithing and all this other stuff for them, but none, and I know a lot of them that actually paint miniatures. So I am hoping that I will be able to get the supplies together so that there's enough for like a whole class. Brushes, paints, everything. And then I'm hoping that when I go to do this, I will reach out to a few of the sponsors and see if anybody wants to get involved. But for right now, I'm just looking into it on my own. And for my birthday, that's what I wanted to be able to do, that so that when it came to, so that when it came time to bust it out, I didn't have to worry about, you know, going in my studio and taking my studio supplies to something like that. That just sounds like it's not a good idea. So I'd rather just have all the supplies. And I want them to be good paints too, you know, so I didn't want to get like, you know, army paint or anything like that, right? Oh, Malin, thank you very much. So I am in Ohio, and I have a local game store who has already agreed to, outside of Columbus. I'm just outside of Columbus, dear. And I would like to do classes for them. I feel like it's something that's more needed. I know for me personally, this has been huge. I can't seem to get this one little spot going under his shoe is giving me trouble. So you get a little spot like this. Here's what we do. You ready? We're going to take the dark shadow, and we're going to shadow right into the booty here. And then we're going to clean up that line, okay? The line's got to be clean. We got to make sure we got it covered. We're going to use the secondary green, and we're going to come in here where the butt comes out. And get a little bit of that going on. There we go. Let's get that secondary green and kind of get in here too. And clean it up a little bit. Where are you guys? Hello, baby D. Oh, well, I do know that the gentleman Malin that is gonna let me do the classes at his game store. He does that too. So he has offered to cover some of the miniatures for the project. It's just that because he would do it for all ages at some points, then some of the supplies that he has are not exactly what I would like them to have nicer supplies, and I would like them to be supplies that I am the one that is in charge of them, not somebody else's game store. I want to be in charge of them because then I know, you know what, that they're gonna, oh, you're down in Texas. Yeah, wow. We're coming down there, Malin, for ReaperCon. And the secondary green, I'm just kind of building some variables in the green, in the shadows here. Yeah, we're going to be down there for ReaperCon. Apparently, I have to come up with a place where I will be at a specific time. This is what I'm being told. So that the people can find me at certain times of the day in order to be able to get things signed and take pictures and everything. I was like, are you being serious? And they're like, yep. So I'm like, oh, okay, well. We'll have to do that. Okie doke. Oh yeah. Okay. Now you'll be able to see it start to come together. Here, let me get these variable shadows in here just so that you can see it. Again, tiniest strokes. I'm guessing if you're out there towards Reaper, you go every year, right? Oh, that would be so cool. Well, hello, Final Night. Thank you very much. We've been doing a bit of work on it. Right now, we're coming in and putting in some underglow areas. We're cleaning up all of his electric lines. Oh, I already have the, sorry, I already have the walnut. What am I thinking? I'm glad that you like it. I truly am. I paint for you guys. Actually, I've been told I need to paint more for myself. Jade Sakita is my hubby. Oh, you'll both be... I don't know that I know Jade Sakita. The last name doesn't ring a bell. Oh, right? Oh, no. So I've never been to ReaperCon. This will be my first ReaperCon. For me.
Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
How are you doing? We are cleaning up all the electric lines today. And like fine-tuning the panels on his armor. It's been quite the adventure. What are you up to? Again, if you guys want to share in the chat, you're more than welcome to. Is it raining outside? Let me get this color. I'm going to clean this line up right here. Right along there. Once I clean it up, then I kind of come in. Get those little lines going like that. I'm going to have to come in again and get that one because it got a little bit into the striation, but it's not a problem. Yes, yes, it does. Oh, it's absolutely amazing. The Kickstarter's still up. We have a Kickstarter for it, Final Night. It has been definitely, so I can like spin my mini around. I have a lot of hands free, so I've got it in a pan here, and I can do like I can balance my hand on it, and then I can do hands free. I can position the mini and paint him upside down. The other thing that might interest you is that the ball comes off, and you can hold big ass minis on this. So I actually am getting a new one. This is the prototype. This is the first one that we made. Errant. We have a new one. It's really, it's a huge improvement. My friend actually designed these because of my spinal condition, and I didn't want to give up miniature painting as my career. So he designed this, and it turned out that it has become super helpful for a lot of people with disabilities. And so we decided to start a Kickstarter for it. So go check it out. There's still a few days left.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
There's a few days left. Thank you, Warhawk. I don't think I have my Big Mini, or I could show you. It's pretty cool. Where is Big Mini? He's a big old wraith that I was working on over here. But then I broke him, and then I had to get another one because I broke him. So, no, that one doesn't have his little thing on the butt of it. Hold on just a second, because I can show you. It's really super helpful. Now, this old pan that I got, believe it or not, $2. Picked it up at like a Salvation Army or something like that. And it's come in super handy. My fancy pans that are down in the pantry, it wouldn't hold to those because they weren't actually made out of a quality enough. The baking pans weren't a quality enough metal. Here's one that I've put a washer on the bottom of, and also his base is actually made out of like that whole base is plaster, not plaster. It's made out of sculpting. Hang on, I'm gonna get this one. It's like varnish paste. This is, so it's really heavy, but no matter which way I go with him, he doesn't, you know, it doesn't come off. See? And it stays on there really good. Plus, he's kind of big, so whoops, sorry guys. To be able to go hands-free with him, what I do is I use the pan because it has a little bit of a lip, and so I also have a ball. I'm working on that. Decided not to use it today. But I balance a lot with my hands. So this has been very helpful for me because I can go hands-free. When I started my new medication, I got the shakes. And I never really knew a whole lot about people having the shakes until I got them really bad. So the other thing too, now it's a really powerful magnet. So when you pull it off, you have to be careful you don't damage your, ouch. Yes, they're powerful. Damage your mini, because I actually broke a couple of minis pulling them off because you gotta have it just right. So when you put it on there, one of the things that I will do too is give it a gas. Thank you very much, Dave. I appreciate that. I want you to come down and join us of a day when all this gets worked out. You can come down and stay with us, and we'll go do that project of a weekend. So the other thing really cool about it, thank you, Dave. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Erin, let me show you something else. Do you have an airbrush? So when you go in the airbrush booth, your hand and your miniature holder stay clean because you can go in the airbrush booth. And now he's really heavy and his magnet isn't made for him. I set this up because I needed to go hands-free today. They don't normally wobble like that. The new ones come with a hat that's really, really cool. I'm very excited. Mine should be in the mail. So you go in though and you can do your airbrushing, and then you just take your mini off. You take the ball off. This wipes off on a paper towel, and you don't get your handle or your glove all covered with paint. So that's one of the things I like to do with it as well. The other thing too is that if you're working on something that has a lot of pieces, you can just magnet all the little pieces around the edge, and it really works good for assembly. One of the problems I have is trying to hold the little tiny mini in my hand, and I'm trying to hold these little tweezers, and I'm trying to put it all, and I'm terrible at it. I suck. So I came up with a system. There's my little pieces. Hold on. Oh, here's the guy. This is the guy that I usually stick on top because he's really tall. Yeah, I know. So that was also one of my problems, actually, Erin, because of the fact that my elbows wear out. So let me show you what I'm having manufactured. Right now, I'm working on this. This is called the posture ball. And because I have a problem with my spine, and where it is, the nerves and all the, anyway, it's a big old long story. Let's not do that. But basically, it causes the hands and the elbows and everything not to work right. And one of the problems I was having is like they'll get fatigued, and I'll go this way off the camera and that way, and I would hold really weird positions and do all this. So I came up with this posture ball, and what this does is this keeps me, and that's so the new grip that I'm getting is shorter, and we are actually working on a holder that goes on top of this ball so that I can utilize the grip. And when I use it, it keeps me in frame. Also, this helps me when the medication gives me the shakes, so I can get in my lines straight. Also, it took all the load off of my wrists from floating out here all the time. So now the load is here and I can just relax my hands while I'm painting. Also, I don't have to have my elbows up on the table, so I'm not doing this all the time. You know, and by taking the, basically what happened is my elbows are back on my chair arms and I'm up here on the ball. I can focus the camera in, and then as I turn the mini, I may need to adjust the camera but it's not as bad as it was. Yeah, and I used to draw X's on my desk and everything to try to, you know, get that. Yeah, so what I've noticed is a lot less pain in between the shoulder blades. I stand a lot straighter, and I don't have headaches every time I leave my desk after painting, which that was the thing that was really worrying me. So this is something that we're working on right now, and you know, not something that we actually have available, but I will in the future. We decided that this was going to be a little bit easier to work with for the time being. But this system here, you could get a metal plate from Lowe's and just tape it to your desk. I just got a little pan. I like the pan because I can put all my paints in it that I'm using. Because Captain here, I lose the paints for my mini all the time. I'm terrible about that. So, thank you, Maylin. Thank you. Yeah, so this is, you guys got the Kickstarter link. This is my friend.
Give it a gas!
Thank you very much, Cyberstorm. Thank you very much. The cats steal your minis and your brushes. Thank you so much. I'm gonna put together a fund, and I'm gonna make a class. What would we call it? A mobile studio, Dave? A mobile studio. Yeah, it has been a real game changer. Let me show you this one. So I got this little pan, right? Let me pan out. So I take and lay my arm across the pan right here, right? And then I get the mini right where I want it. Let me focus in on that for you guys. Hold on. Okay. You're going to love this. I was showing everybody this earlier. So I balance on my pinky. Oh, the link for the kink starter. The link for the kink. Can you give her the link for the kink? Or them, I'm sorry. I should not assume. So I use my pinky as my balancing finger. I always have. And one of the things about that is if you have a specific thing that you do, small motions all the time that depend on, you know, just one area of the body, you're going to get pain there. So I use my pinky a lot to balance for straight lines and things. What I love is being able to I wrap the lower part of my hand around the ball. Okay. It's magneted to the pan. This is holding the pan down, right? And then, you probably need a round pan for this. I'm going to say the lip is about 1.5 inches tall. Yep. Okay. And I wrap my fingers around this. Now watch this. And then I adjust the brush to the height. I put him over on the side like this, right? And then I come over here and I press my little finger as it comes down right on the base
Welcome
there,
aboard the Black Pearl.
and I can just get right in here and get that little spot just right where I want it, and my hand is being held, as in it's firm. The other thing that I can do is if I'm doing another part of him, right, I can bring him around. I can lean my hand on my hand. Watch this one. My hand on my hand, and I can get right, so that I can get the little air, but so my elbow's resting on my chair, this arm is nice and relaxed on my desk, and I can come in here and I can get those little areas. So the other thing that I can do with it that I love is that I do pinky balance for straight lines. So if I want to, I can hold the pinky on it. I can tip forward. They told me not to do this all the time, so I'm finding other ways, right? The pinky becomes the balance. Stop. The new one won't move like that because the hat, I asked, when I had talked to Slay, I told him that was one of the problems when we got the prototypes. So he solved that problem for me. So it won't move. So I can use the pinky to balance on. I can reach all the way out here to his head across the mini, that distance. The other thing I can do is cradle. Thank you very much, Killa UK. The other thing I can do is, so you know, a lot of us, we cradle our mini. Like, oh, little baby, and now we're like all crunched up in our elbows and our shoulders are all uptight and we're crunching over and we're, right? Okay, well, watch this. So, mini, we want to cradle. You want to cradle your little baby? Okay. Put your hand around the Grim Grip. Okay. Put the little baby. Hand around the Grim Grip. Relax your elbow on the table. So over to my left is a, hold on. Sorry, my desk is a bit of a mess, you guys. So my elbow's over here, relaxed on the table. I'm holding the Grim Grip, right? And I'm cradling the mini. And then, uh-oh. Okay. Hang on, guys. We have a water softener crisis. Hold on just a second. How long has it been out? We have one going to we will address it, but that is probably why the water isn't shifting to it's soapy. Okay. Okay, you're taking the truck and dropping off the cardboard. Yay. Okay. And will you just potty little Missy before you leave? Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. Sorry, guys. Yes, yes. So, Maylin, when you go into the system, sweetheart, no. Go into the system, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you do I believe it's called an add-on. Before Geek leaves, check and see if that's possible. And leave a note, Maylin, and let Slaymore know you saw this baby on the captain's stream. You too, Errant. If I have a kink starter, you want one of those too? I need a kink starter, Errant. Oh, okay, so now we can cradle Minnie. Apparently the water purifier was out of something that it needed. Yes. There you go, Snord. I believe that is the case. So now look, you can cradle your mini. You're always like, I know, right? I'm telling you what. So you can cradle it this way, but if you really want to hold your mini, like some people really like to hold it, okay? So let's just take the little mini and let's put our hand around and around. Now look at this. I've got my hand around the mini, around. Now here's the greatest part. We're not swimming, okay? Magnet. Mini in hand. Now hold this, and all of a sudden, look, stability. Now it's going to stay right here. So we've got it cradled, and it's staying right here. So we can, and you're having it up in your face with your shoulders up in your ears and your neck crooked like that. So I got in a lot of trouble from the neurosurgeon about that. He said, stop it. Whatever you're doing. So I had to stop those things. And there's many, like I have a, I don't know what happened to my little Necron that was here with his little thing, but there's many different ways. So I like to get mine on the side like this. What's really cool is that it's magneting to the side here. And I like to get mine right over on the side because that's about my favorite angle to paint at. But if you, I mean, you know, when I'm painting the Necrons, there's, now see, he's top heavy, so he makes the magnet spin. That's why Captain Slaymore designed the hat, so that the mini didn't do this, okay? The new one doesn't do that, okay? It has a little hat. If you look at the design, Maylin, you'll see it's got a little magnetic hat on it, and it magnets to this down here, right? And the ball is cradled, and so we don't get this problem. But I actually kind of like this idea, like this problem. with my bigger minis, because they have what I do with the bigger minis anyway is I end up bringing my hand up here like this so I can hold it, and then I can, look, pinky on thumb balancing. Here I go again, right? Da, 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 and my lines. But what it's doing is it's got me magneted to this tray, and so I'm able to, and you guys, seriously, on this, you get an old pan, get a piece of metal from friggin' Lowe's, but what you do need to do is you do need to take your handle with you to make sure it magnets to whatever metal you're buying. Because I went and bought a few pans because I didn't want to ruin the good ones in the pantry, and it wouldn't do it. Yeah, definitely. That's a great idea, Maylin. And they're going to make a great Christmas present, you guys. They're going to come out before Christmas. So that's a fantastic idea. I'm glad. I'm really glad that you were here today, Maylin. This has done wonders for me. The other thing too is that the versatility of being able to take the ball off and put a big mini on it. So I'm able to sit here. I can put my hand around this, right, with the big mini on top. I can get my elbows up on the desk, and I can get in on my big minis a lot easier. So it's very versatile too if you've got a really big base. Let's say you're working with a real big base. What you could take the ball off, okay, and position your washers on the bottom. Where is my dude? Here we go. Let's say this was a really big base, right? Like, you know, big as a pie plate. Take your washers, and you can just put several of them on the bottom of your guy. If you take the ball off, it'll magnet to any one of those, and then you can get all the way around the clock on a really big mini. So I've had like a lot of, the other thing too, by the way, Maylin, let me show you this idea. I was going to show you my pieces. So I eat some pretty expensive peanuts. So I didn't want to use the good pans. I eat these peanuts that we bring in from Virginia, not regularly because now I'm officially on this crazy diet, okay? But so check this out. This is an old peanut can, okay? And it's a very high quality peanut. Oh, Maylin, I'm so glad you dropped in. This is something I'm focusing on. So my new, the business plan that Geek and I are working on is all about veterans. Geek is a retired veteran also, and he's not completely disabled, Maylin, but he's got a lot of disabilities. I think he's like 85%. So yeah, so getting it to where it holds and it doesn't move around is so important when you get the shakes. Let me show you something really cool. So for me, now this desk is a little tall for this one, but one of the things I really did like about this high quality can, one of my problems is assembly. And so what I did, he can't, that's super glue, that's not magnets. Hang on, let me touch that super glue up. I'm a little rough with my minis, you guys. Oh yeah, that polished birch. Did you tell him that you found it on Captain's stream? Errant, I want him to know that you guys see that because I'm a collaborator on that. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I am a collaborator. And, or I should say I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. Because, when he said, I'm going to make a Kickstarter, I was like, okay, well, let's do this thing. So we're really focusing. Oh, right on, Aaron. So I'm really focusing on what it offers to disabilities, because Slay and I both feel like that's an area that's a little bit overlooked, and how positive it is for people that have disabilities to have ways around them. Now, I don't want to get this on him, so make sure he's in the socket. There we go. Dave, I wanted to tell you something about the quick set that's really, really freaking cool. Do you remember somebody came in and said, oh, don't use quick set on your minis? So I was told, some Warhammer guys came in. Hold on, let me get the. It's that instant set for super glue, you guys. Some Warhammer gamers came in and told me, oh, don't use that on your minis. This was a couple years ago because it makes when they hit the floor. Oh, thank you, Maylin. Yes. So first, not just that, but they told me they break apart really easily. But you want to know what? When you glue your mini to the base and you use it, the mini will crack right off the base easily. Yes. But because of that, I glue them on the base and then I stick a little teeny tiny screwdriver underneath and they just pop right off, but it holds them on good and tight. Let me go back to what I was showing Maylin here. So what I do is I've got these. So here's the thing I do with it, Maylin. Now you can do this with this on there. This particular washer didn't like it very well, but this is a cork, plain old cheap wine cork. Let me focus in for you. There we go. Okay. My dudes. Oh, if you want to watch something funny, Maylin, go to my YouTube and I have a review. It's about 12 minutes long, and yeah, and definitely wait for the end so you can see the bloopers because there was that. So the other thing is that the standard paper clip, right? So you've got all these pieces for a mini. So right on, Errant. I am part of that they, Errant. So I use the paper clips, right? And they're made out of a, now when you don't use a good paper clip, right? No magnety. So all my little pieces stay here with my mini. And then I can also paint. I really like to use mine sideways. So I really do. I use mine a lot like this because of the problems that I have. The problems that I have with my elbows and my wrists and my hands and my spine. So I do a lot of this sideways action on mine. But I'm putting it up on a surface like this, right? I can bring it right up, literally like right now, sitting in my chair. It's up to my eyeballs. And then if I were to put my elbows on my desk, right? This is right in my eye. Like right now, I am seriously with my hood. I come forward and I'm right there. And it supports my elbows, my back, and it keeps me from slumping down into my miniature and being like, oh, like that, you know? So I took some corks and put some of these on there, these washers, so that I could magnet them to this on the sides, and I usually put the mini right on the top. Oh, does it work? I don't like to spit on my minis, Dave. Anyway, so this is another really good idea for it. Now, if you get a washer that has like the bigger hole in the middle, Maylin, then when you put it on the ball, it'll hold right where you want it. But I just super glued some plain old Lowe's washers to some corks so I could stab my little pieces in there. And then this way, when I can like paint on this piece and then paint on my next piece and then paint on my piece. And then I still don't, all my little pieces are here. I can swap them out. And then when I'm all done, I use this to secure the mini while I assemble. So I'm going to talk to Slay about building me a shorter one specifically for assembly, you guys, like an accessory where it's shorter, so it's down low. Like I could bring this down low, but still this guy, his new one is shorter. This is the prototype. This is not the one that you're going to get on the Kickstarter. This is the prototype, you guys. But maybe an apparatus that I can attach to it where I can put my mini on it, because what this has done for me is free me up. What happens is I glue everything to this hand, And I can't keep the hand steady enough when I'm putting, like, it's amazing to me. I can do straight lines, and I've practiced and practiced and practiced my whole life having a steady hand. For me not to have a steady hand, that was shit. So now the medications are kind of leveling out, and I'm doing a lot better. Oh, Maylin, I can't do the love gallery. Hold on, let me see if, I hope I don't want to push I don't want to push any buttons while Geek is gone, Maylin. He's my technician, but if you want to put the link right in the chat, sweetheart, I can click on that. Yes, but I would also like to click on it and see it now if you want to put that in the chat. So yeah, for me, it was a real bummer. Oh, thank you so much, Errant. Take care. Ooh, D&D, yay. Yes, please do. Please do. Make sure you've got a follow on me. And if anybody's out there that's not a subscriber to my YouTube, you guys, I just made it 50% of the way to the 1,000 I need to open my community page. So if you could do me a favor and go subscribe on the YouTube, I'd like to open a community page over there, which is going to be very helpful. Yes, we're going. We're going, Errant. Thank you so much. Hey, Errant, share the Kickstarter or the posts about the Kickstarter and the Kickstarter. If you will share it on social media, it will really help. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for backing, and thank you for being here. Thank you. Maylin, same to you guys. If you share the Kickstarter, then more people will see it, the more people will back it, and we'll make our goal. So yeah, I would like to get one for assembly, because I find that if I've got the guy nice and steady here, and then I can hold on to this, and then I can get my tweezers and my part and a little bit of glue in there. This is so much easier for me to do than how I've been doing it. Oh my gosh.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Oh, thank you, Whimsical Kitten, for that follow. I might actually, with this, be able to assemble. And you can ask Dave. I am not an assembly wizard at all. I am not. All right, so let us just get right on in here and get back to work on this. I'm so glad that you popped in. I'm excited to hear about the I'm excited to hear about the results. And you know, because it was really, for me, it was huge, Maylin. My whole life, I've had, I mean, I can drink 2-3 pots of coffee. And for me to sit down and not, I couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. I did talk to the doctor about it though, and he said that generally it clears itself up. So there's that. Let's see. And we got these. Oh, I got to fix this area of his hand over here. Well, I'm so happy that some folks popped in and found something they were looking for. The hobby brings so much joy that it's hard for me to think of people being without it. And I went online to try to see if there was anything here locally that that they did for the veterans that was miniature painting, and there was nothing. Nobody did it. And I'm like, well, I guess that's my calling, and that's what I'm supposed to do. So I'm gonna be focusing on that. I just gotta find the right community to pair up with. Like I said, our local game store, he's already down. And there's other game stores in other areas if they're not too far of a drive. And I figure, you know, I'll approach them as well. I figure if I start with our game store, because people would drive a distance anyway for that, to be able to be part of something like that. And I think it will be helpful to the community. I really feel like also, you know, everything that's taken place with the COVID and the distancing, that people are in a place where it's a little harder for them. But I've been telling Geek from the very beginning, and he feels the same way. We want to do something for that community that we do regularly, not just like a one-time thing, but something that's a regular thing we do. And so I decided that that's what I would make what I'm getting for my birthday about, and that'll give me the ability to get that mobile studio. So my thought is that if I come at it with like that much, hey Drax, how you doing? That I might be able to get a couple of companies to get involved. Yeah, I want you to also, Dave. Here's the part I love the best. So take the mini. You guys can't see this on the camera. This is like really, well, this and no tacky. I freaking hate tacky, you guys. I do. I want tacky to stop. All right. Let's not mix with our good brush again. All right. I'm going to get a little bit of this medium that they got here. We're going to mix the dark green again. This is the really dark green. This is the one with the, this is the dark shadows, the cool shadows. Okay. And we're going to mix this up because we're coming into we are coming into the back side. Oh, crazy. What you up to, Drax? I do not have a love gallery up today, but if you would like to put it in the chat, I would like to see what it is that you would be working on. You can also shout yourself out. I'm sure Dave probably shout you out. So you turn the mini, right? And then I position it where I want it. And I get in here. Now I'm going in on the back side of his arm. The part I love about that is I don't have to hold it while I do it, right? Again, if you notice, my pinky finger on my right hand is balanced right here, right? This is one of the things I do, and I can get, it's just, there's the mini in the air in a completely awkward position, right? But I need to get in here to get a few lines. I'm going to show you guys this line, and I'm done. But first, I'm going to give it the colors it needs. Right. What? Oh, no. Is that for painting? Okay. Now we're going to go. I'm going to go right inside that arm for you guys. Hopefully you can see it. All right. You see that? The yellow striation right there. Hold on. Hold on. Right there. So I went in there and I painted. If you look at it, right? I went in there and painted right along that with the dark paint. A 10-pound box with a game in it. Well, that's something all of us want. That, I think, is probably one of my very favorite aspects of this. Also, little areas like this hand. But see, also the fact that I can steady my hand here, right? And steady my hand here. I can go here with the pinky, pivot this exact angle that I need, so I'm not contorting my body. I'm not doing anything new and unusual. I'm not doing any acrobats. Or should I say acrobatic maneuvers. These are a very, very small area. Very, very finite amount of space to work in. I tend to get silent so that I don't hold my breath too much. Now I'm going to go back in there and I'm going to clean it up with the yellow white. So I'm going to need to mix the yellow white. So the neon paints, you guys, neon paints always tend to dry a little quicker than other paints. One of the things I'm pretty much appreciating about these cuttlefish is they have a little bit of a medium in them, but I think I do need to work with a little bit more wet palette than I've been working with. I do. I feel like maybe I'm going a wee bit dry with them. We're gonna make that white yellow again. Again, got to mix some of that medium in it. That's my water, my distilled water and whatnot. And then I'm going to come in here. Now, here's an interesting thing. Let's see if we can find it or not. Everybody's got brushes that, you know, at one point you left somewhere they're really not supposed to be. So if you have a brush that you do that with, that gets a hook in the tip, whatever you do, don't toss it out. The hook in the tip is actually something that comes in really handy later. And mine isn't here. Here's one of them, but not the one I particularly like. This one's a little bit too fat. I have one that's really little. Oh, they're looking at it on their own computers. I'm not actually opening it for people. Oh, yes, I like this model. I like this model. White isn't white a challenging color to work with? I do love to work with it though, but isn't it a wee bit, don't you find it a wee bit challenging, Mayhan? I would like to see a picture of this game or a link to it. I'm curious as to what it is. Yes, so I do the white thing now and then. Let's see if I can. There we go. I'm trying to remember where I was. If I could get in there. This guy's got a hook. Nice to see you, Drax. It's really nice to see you, Dave. How are you doing? Yeah, I got to admit, there's like a lot of not getting myself into weird postures. I think that's probably gonna be a situation where he has really a lot more comfort in his painting. All right, so as we come around, you'll notice, okay, so we're getting look at how these, like just look at the chest. Do you see how it's all, the chest and this arm are really getting cleaned up. Oh, okay. Oh, so you got so you got an expansion pack then. Oh man, that's a lot of pieces. Oh wait, is it like a fantasy game? Oh yeah. Ooh. Oh, pieces and pieces and oh, and animals and aminals and things that look like camels. I like the sawtooths. Ooh, those are nice. Oh, the birds. There's birds. Yay, birds. There's like a big chocobo. I know it's not a chocobo. The bellowback is a cool guy. Oh, the lance horns are my faves. Oh, those are so cool. Wow, that is a lot of goodness. Oh, so you're going to be painting that for a minute, I'm guessing? All right, let's see. I think I do need to fix this leg area here. It's kind of like you have a friend helping you paint in a way. It looks really cool. I'm gonna mix some more of our magenta color, you guys. Again, remembering that this magenta is really deadly. So this is my favorite part. My favorite part is look, I mean, just the ease of getting into these details. Also, I gotta tell you, you still out there, Malin? I think that my painting game is stepped up 100% because of it. So all I'm doing here is I'm coming in and this is the way that I actually made the this feathering technique is how I got the glow on his helmet. Yeah, I think that it's increased my ability in painting. You know, I mean, I do feel like that. Okay. So, I'm getting...
Here's your reminder. Take out the dog.
Dog ate and went out already, but she's probably going to come down here and ask me just because she hears Alexa, you guys.
Here's your reminder. Take out the dog.
I wish I had some clout, Dave, because I would consider this, and granted, I don't think I've seen everything that came out in 2021, but I would consider this probably the most needed hobby tool for 2021. And it's not, I mean, the whole reason we did it was because it was needed, you know. That was the whole idea there. So tiny little bits of paint built up. See how that's happening? So we're starting to get like a lot more of the heavy glow. Yeah, I know, right? Seriously, she's so bossy. Now, before we go in with the really big results that are our intense OSL, one of the things that I do is make sure that my other colors are in place. And the reason for that is that you don't want to have to go back in and build up colors. You can, I'm not saying it's not possible, but it is a little bit more difficult. Okay, so I kind of got a picture now. You kind of see what's happening there. So as we come down the body, it's lighter. As we go up the body, these are a little light on his arm, but I can totally tone those down. But we want to tone those down a little bit before we come in with the OSL. You'll notice that this one here, needs to do that. I'm going to clean a few of them up. And really, it is just the tiniest little strokes. This one here is like a line. I'm not pulling the direction I want the highlight to be this time. That's a little bit different than what I usually do, because what I'm doing is feathering. So as I get this, as I pull towards my body, I am lifting the brush. So what is creating the effect of light to dark is the touch of the brush in this particular instance. And layering it, and layering it. Okay, now I've still got to get a couple of things on this side. Sorry guys, there we go. Oh yeah, Dave. Oh yeah, you betcha I've seen them. That is fantastic. You can feel free to show everybody. If you guys have not seen Feathered Phoenix's beautiful, beautiful new wings. Oh my gosh. Dave, 12 feet. 12 feet of wings. So this is not right on the inside of his leg where that chalk is. I'm coming in there and I'm going to fix that. This is the brown, green. Yep, and it doesn't want to. I think my paint is dried up over here. Okay. You guys take a look at those. Oh my God. So amazing. There's so many talented artists aboard this ship. Oh, they are amazing. I am so proud of her. So that little spot right there, that shadow is incorrect. So before I get in here with the OSL, I want to fix this kind of stuff. There we go. I like to get all my little shapes and everything just exactly right before I come in with the OSL, because my OSL, the way I do it, it covers part of it kind of fades, I guess you could say, into the shadows. I like to have that. It's a little bit more difficult to develop your lines in the shadows because you don't have a stroke. Now, okay, this is like really independent. I'm a big fan of shadows right by highlights. On this side where there's a lot of light, so I'm going to put on bigger lenses and I'm going to bring the colors down. So this is the part where I get real crazy with building the lines, okay? I am leaving a lot of it. So the most important thing about this miniature is right about here, okay? But also, he is leaning over a portal with the other character on the other side of the portal. Wow, King Bashman, long time no see. What is up, dude? Aren't those wings just stunning, my dear? This is also the wrong color, but what I'm building here is supposed to be a jungle, like a suit that reads the colors and everything around you. So I can't actually say, oh, that green is wrong, because it actually might not be. I'm going to go grab something really quick from upstairs, you guys. It'll just be a snappy. I'll take a quick bio, and you guys can keep on top of everything that's going on. Should anybody come in, you can let them know what's going on. The Kickstarter is still open. Dave, if anybody new comes in, if you can please shout out the Kickstarter and let them know we've got days to go. We need to close that Kickstarter so we can make more stuff for you guys. Once this is launched and we succeed, then we become a successful Kickstarter. Life sometimes...
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Oh, thank you so much, Hendrix, for that follow. I love your name, by the way. You got to go cook dinner. Oh, cook some dinner for me, too. Oh, thank you, Maylin, for the recommendations. We greatly appreciate it, sweetheart. And I really do want to hear all about the wonderful things that happen when your honey gets the mini holder. Like I said, also, one of the things I think I might even do is some online for veterans. I'm thinking about doing a thing, maybe a quarterly thing. So keep your eyes peeled, hun. And I want to see who and what I can get involved that does involve the veterans and the disabilities, and help out. The link to the Kickstarter again. Hold on just a minute, Dave. I gotta go to the interwebs. Hold on just a minute. It should go directly to it for me. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna let me. Hang on, Dave. It might not let me paste, but I'll whisper. I'll whisper it to you. Hold on. Let's see if it lets me today. No. Okay. Hold on. I go to Discord, Dave. I'm gonna go in the Discord and I'm gonna whisper it to you, okay? It will let me, hopefully it will let me push the buttons. Okay, hold on. Hopefully we don't crash or anything weird. Yes. Okay. There you go. Hmm? I wonder why that's, hold on just a minute, Dave. That's not showing what I want it to show. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't get the whole thing. Hang on just a second. Bum ba da bum bum ba bum bum bum. Oh my God, why does everything have to be so difficult? I just want to share this with somebody. Try this, Dave. Try that. Thank you. Loves you. Just when you link it, Dave, will you just click it and make sure to take it in the right place? We're just getting our Kickstarter. Let me see. Let's click it. Yes. We're going to the right spot. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. And you got my links and everything. If they needed the Discord to leave stuff, I'll be right back. This will just take me a couple minutes. I'm quick, you guys. Hello, Danny. Soap? Got soap all over my arm. Better than some things you get all over your arm, I suppose. Oh, the cuffs of my gloves have water in them. That's what's getting. I'm like, what's getting all over me? I'm gonna start a favorite product in your studio list pretty soon. Oh, I have to make an appointment with Hoppies for Happy. Hoppy the hand, the bada bada bada. I can talk. I shaved off my beard, Dave. That's why I'm not on the face cam. I look really bad without my beard. Did you have to shave off your beard? All right, you guys. We are back at it. Okay. So as you can see, what I've done here is I've built up, like, this is going to be magenta. Okay, so all those areas. And as you can see, it's kind of not, because he's leaning over a ledge and the light's coming up, right? It's going to be a little bit different than it would be as like a straight on OSL. Now, we're going to get in over here on this pec. We got to change just from that straight, sorry. My camera's in sorry guys, my palette's in a new location, so if I get buried under the palette, just yell at me. I'm not used to that corner over there being like that. Oh, my name's not Danny. Oh man. No wonder everything's been so weird. Geek said he thought I was ignoring him lately, Dave. My name's not Danny. Okay, so again, you guys, just approaching this, just like really seriously, little teeny tinies. I thinned it. I'm going to make a tiny bit of a gradient on this pec, okay? To where it's not just all of a sudden that super dark green. And over here on this one, I actually want to bring a little bit more light to it, so I'm going to actually lift that green. Right there, a little bit more. Dave's telling me my name's not Danny. You don't know me, Dave. You don't know me. Wait, hold on, that's all wrong. Oh, can you see that? All right, you guys, can you see this? Hold on. Oh, you can't see it. Shit. Okay, I'm going to show you something about this paint. Wet brush. I hope it does it. I'm going to show you. See the line? Hold on. See the line? Okay. Wet brush. There. Got the line, but in this instance, I did not, nor have I done any varnishing Coming back for the pink. There's the white. A little bit of magenta. Ooh, that's got a lot of magenta in it. It's cool. It's cool. Otherwise, I'm gonna be like popping on that heck right there. Yeah. That's supposed to be our second step color. I just applied it in the first step. Okay. I had to fix that line. Yeah, it is. It's, you know, Sundays are pretty quiet. They are. I actually kind of like them. I don't have the face cam today. I'm like, you know, I think a couple times a month, I'm just going to go without it and really focus on this. Also, this will help me if I want to make some videos. I'll be able to use them. I mean, I can always put my face in there if I want to, but people are trying to tell me, no, don't take the face out. But it's like, well, I just want to be able to spend a couple of days like right up in my studio. Okay, so one of the things I do around these light areas, I want you guys to know this, is on the front we're using the warm color. I'm going to come in here and I frame in. Notice this? I'm going to frame in his little electric pulses. What you up to, Danny, and how is life? Dave, I really am curious what you've been up to. Entertain me. Look, my face cam is off, so I don't have the level of entertainment with you guys that I normally do. That might be why it's so quiet, Danny, is because I don't have my face cam up. I really felt like I needed some where I can really focus in on things, but I didn't want it to be a situation where people couldn't watch and I couldn't talk about what I'm doing, because I think people, I mean, I get a lot of private messages and they tell me they really learn a lot from me. And so just, you know, I've actually been asked, like, would you just put a camera on your studio days? I will come to the studio just for me. It's just the most messed up thing. So, you know. Oh, well, I'm not really explaining. I guess I am explaining, but I'm more just I think it's a good thing. Okay, now I'm going to come in. Now, so what I've done here is I've traced a lot of the lines, but I'm going to have to come in with the brown ink that we are mixing, which is the walnut brown. Oh, I'm really, woo! Yeah, okay. You know, Dave, when you reopen, you mean for streaming, Dave. Let's make sure we clarify. Is Toothless on the palette? Yes. Yes, Toothless, Danny. Would you like to hear what Toothless has to say? First of all, let's show Danny that. Hasn't been here in a minute. So Danny, hold on. Toothless like, yes, put the camera on me. Put the camera on me. Put the camera on me. Okay, look. Toothless got a bath. And I repainted him because he had paint all over him. But you know what else I did? I repainted his eyes. Look at his eyes. Because there was not enough soggy expression in them. So I repainted his eyes for him so they looked right. And he's been very suspicious of people, and he wanted to come back to work on the, and then, as if that's not enough, Danny, he said, have you seen this thing? This is Inky, and he gets into the paint every night, and he rolls around in it, and he opens paint. I have pictures, I have proof, Danny. I have proof that he is getting into the paint. And Toothless said he wants him thrown out of the studio, but I can't do it because, you know, he's just a little bit of a guy. Oh, I want to show you guys something. Hold on. I want to show you something really exciting. Here it is. Miniature. I found a miniature of a friend of mine. This one's not the one. Hold on. I gotta get the right one. This one I have. So, Geek's been printing me Crew. See, that's what I thought, but Toothless Dragon Boy, he does not like him. He's like, no. So let me back out for just a minute. There we go. So I haven't cleaned it. Geek's been making me gifts. Oh, this guy's, hold on, I gotta get the other one. There we go. This one was a failed print, but I told Geek it's not failed. Don't call it failed unless I call it failed, because this is going to be, I'm going to use her for a study in skin. The printer, this part didn't get printed out, and it literally let her tail drop off into the vat. This miniature has the most amazing hands ever. I love her hands. Oh my God. But anyway, she's, so it was failed, but I'm saving it for skin. Yeah, well, that's what he's for. That's what he's for. And then this guy, so his arm, it's okay. I'm making a, this is my one-armed worker guy. Hold on just a minute. Hang on just a minute. I gotta clip off a couple pieces. So all this talk about, Slaymore's been, Captain Slaymore, that's the gentleman that designed the Kickstarter for the, Grim Grip, okay? And one of the things that Captain Slaymore is doing that you guys may not be aware of, and one of the reasons why I'm so happy with who I collaborated with in reference to a project, right? Okay. Maybe, that's what I was, actually, Dave, I was just telling Geek, you know, I could totally put a shell on her head and it could be a hat and it would work. And he's like, oh my gosh, really? And I said, yeah. But her whole tail didn't print out, so I'm going to green stuff world the end and put it like hanging in the water. But I needed her anyway for a skin study, so it worked out. She's a really nice feeling size of model. So this is the other guy. So this is our one-armed brute on board. So what I want to tell you about Slaymore, the guy that made, the gentleman that made the Grim Grip, that's this guy back here, right? Is that he's giving a bunch of them after once the Kickstarter closes, he's giving a whole bunch of them to I can't remember the name of the camp, but it's handicapped children. Amputees. He's designing one for amputees, one-handed people. And this is my one-armed sailor guy that's on board our ship. And Geek made him for me. And then you guys don't know. Yeah, I know, Dave. I know. And that's why. So I'm gonna focus on the veterans. And one of the things that he's doing is he's donating a bunch of them to a camp for children. And I feel sometimes like kids get like the majority of all the focus goes to kids because everybody wants to help kids. So I told him, well, you know what? Then on my end, I'm going to focus on the adults. And so the thing that I'm doing is I'm trying to focus on vets and mental health and handicaps, adults with handicaps. Here's the other one that he made me. Now, so I've been a fan of this designer from the very beginning when I very first started streaming. Okay. When this model hit the scene, I signed up. I don't have many Patreons. I can't afford them. I'm trying to run a studio. But this particular artist I've been in touch with for a very respectable length of time. We're going on about a year and a half, maybe a couple years. This is Anna from Great Grimoire. Dave, who's been around forever and a day, will let you know that I am truly a fan of this artist. So my Bioshock bunny is done by, I have a lot of models by her that I have not painted yet. When she came out with this one, I decided, she also does a lot of pirates. So we're collecting the whole pirate thing. But this one in particular, the oddest thing about this actually looks like the man that designed the Grim Grip. For real. Now, granted, he doesn't smoke a pipe. He smokes cigarettes. He's quitting, just to let you guys know. Okay? But still, tobacco, right? This is an artificer. This guy. And Captain Slaymore is an artificer. If he were anything in the world of D&D, he'd definitely be an artificer. A creator. An inventor. It is totally... It's a weed pipe. It could be a weed pipe. That's a good one, Dave. That's a good one. Anyway, I decided at that point that I had to sign up. When she created that, I was like, oh my God, I have just been slacking too long. So I went ahead and I signed up and I was very happy with it. This, I actually do not know who the artist of the mermaid is. I just saw this mermaid and I was like, yeah. I was going to paint this on a date night with Love and Music. Next Friday is date night with Love and Music, you guys. Start my double date night. So put it on your calendar. I'll be painting the Joker. 21 quart. Ooh, pickles. Ishin pickles. Oh my God, I love pickles. I love pickles. I had a WoW character, Ishin, named I Love Pickles. Uh-oh, that sounds like a raid. Who is it? Oh, what happened with you guys? Think of the devil.
Stop blowing holes in my ship!
Stop blowing holes in my ship. Hello, Hobbies for Happiness. How are you? I'm doing a no face cam day. What are you doing, my dear? We were just talking about the project we have going for the disability aspects of our Grim Grip. Everybody who came aboard, thank you for coming in with Hobbies, who I usually call Happiness. How is everyone? I am Captain Madlove. I'm not running a face cam today, you guys. Normally I do, just so that you know. We are currently working on V1K from Monuments for Hobbies. Hobbies. Oh, I'm good. See, Hobbies, you got me like all tongue twisted. Thank you. Oh, Sandra. Sandra's raiding us too. It's a double raid, you guys. Double raid. Thank you very much, Flame Charge. I appreciate it. Hey, Jarrett, how you doing? How you doing? We aren't running a face cam today. I'm just kind of scrubbing it in the studio and really didn't want to cancel a stream. On the subject of that, Hobbies, I'm so happy that you dropped in because, you know, I'm having it's a couple days before my birthday and I'm just bumming it a little bit. So welcome, you guys. This is a Monument Hobbies model we're working on today. He's called V1K. He is made by Mini Monster Mayhem. And what we are doing right now is we are blending an extreme OSL. Dio's getting the leather out. Where has he been? In Hobbies? In your birthday set. Oh, Dio. Yes, so that'll give geeks some pleasure. Apex, thank you so much. For everybody who just popped in with everybody, do me a favor. I am working on 1,000 subscribers on my YouTube. If you guys would go give my YouTube a subscription, it would be such an amazing help. We are trying to get to the point in YouTube where we can make a community page. And they said that I have to have 1,000 followers before I can have a community page. And I'm like, damn it. You're waiting for them to loaf? How are you doing? You're at Lowe's. You couldn't possibly be unhappy. You didn't buy out the store, did you? Does it feel weird to be there without me?
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much for that. We are working on a follow here also. That means a lot. That YouTube, I tell you, I was so disappointed. I was so excited. I found that community page. So I reached out. I went and looked, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? To have a community page, I have to have 1,000 followers. Apparently, I'm not worth it unless I have 1,000 followers. Yes, Flame Charge. I'm a huge pirate fan here. Huge pirate. I was just showing everybody this failed print that we had, but that actually it's not failed to me because I'm going to use the body for a skin, doing, practicing skin. Plus, almost her whole face is there. And Dave was agreeing with me that we could just put a clamshell on her head and it could make a hat. But she's got skin on the back also and all on the sides and everything. And she's the most beautiful hands. I love her little hands. I just think that, oh, her little hands are just perfect. So, yeah, and some pirate minis that I have that got printed out. You needed to. My birthday's not for 48 hours, happiness. 48 hours, and then it's actually officially my birthday. So you could probably still sing me happy birthday. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming on my birthday, though. I'm still trying to make up my mind if I should stream on my birthday or have a birthday stream after my birthday. Usually, I celebrate my birthday for a month. Exactly, Flame Charge. It's the 27th. So technically not 2 days. I don't even think it's 48 hours, you guys. I don't even think it's 48 hours. So what we were doing is we were working on getting this area here built up in some grades of green, but what we're ultimately going to end up with is a OSL on the front of the body. Hobbies, please feel free to shout yourself out if Dave has not already taken care of that. Also, if you have anything that you have pictures of that you'd like to share in the chat, please do. And if anybody else is working on anything they'd like to share in the chat, please do. It's Sunday, and that's kind of how we do things. The Love Gallery is not actually working. So sometimes on Sunday we have a mini Love Gallery, but today we cannot. Oh, for real, Flame Charger. Well, then you were just meant to come in here, weren't you? She could be. She could totally be. Danny, that's it. I mean, Dave, that's the truth. So we've been working on building this OSL. This is really intense because of the way that it's done. So we are dealing with a very opposing color for this. And that is going to be magenta. But he is dressed in green, so it becomes a big challenge. But I'm always down for a challenge. What guy? Oh, in my palette. Thank you. Yeah. You going to bed, Danny? Good night. Good night. Again, Hobbies, thank you for popping in. Did you have something to put in the chat? I'd like to see if you have pictures. If you have pictures, my dear, I'd love to see what you're working on. Also, Holly Sandra, how is your kitty? I mean, how are you two? I'm sorry. How are you two? Like, we all know it's not all about the cat. Yes, Odin. Who else did you think I was talking about? We all know it's not. I mean, Odin might think it's all about him, but it's really not. So I am curious as to how you are as well. I have not seen you in so long. You used to come in all the time when I first started streaming, and now I don't really ever see you. So I'm taking the green now, you guys, right? See it? And I'm glazing a little bit, especially of, I mix a tiny, tiny bit of the neon yellow into it to get a little bit more pop out of my green. A little bit more of that electric attitude from it. Do you see it coming through? So it's building it up. Nothing from Kalisandra on Kalisandra, whose name I say totally wrong, on Odin. Kalisandra used to come into the stream all the time. Oh my gosh, Danny, you're deploying? Am I not going to see you for a while, Danny? All right, you guys. So this is the this is building the brighter green. So this is a glazing technique. We're specifically working in a glaze. This takes a minute, but what we're doing here is we're building the volume of the green through glazing with a brighter green. But really what I did is I just added a little bit of the neon yellow. In order to make green, so that we could build this. This is going to bring the suit to life. Like I said, there's a lot of layering involved, but it's going to bring it to life because we're starting to work the green. Do you see what's happening? Hopefully you guys can see that. Oh, are you kidding, Danny? What? Oh, it's 6 months. 6 months before you did. Well, Danny, I don't start counting down for 90 days. 90 days, my friend. And then I really start the countdown. When it's 30 days. Okay, so now I'm going to bring, this is the weird part. I'm going to bring in the glaze with a tiny bit of white in it. And it's almost a wet blending. But really I'm glazing over it. And of course, because I'm glazing, a hair has to get in there. Damn it. Perfectly smooth, and then hang on, see if I can fix it. Sure, okay. Oh, wow, that's a long one. That's a long one. When do you go? Okay, so you kind of see what happened to the arm. Okay, so that's right where the hair was. That little nick in his arm. But I'll come back and I'll fix it, okay? We're going to have to come in here a few places. So the object is here that I'm going to see, okay, the OSL. but we're also going to see underneath the OSL the green. So it's a little bit challenging to build it. I'm gonna have to come in here and clean up this leg. I know when you say soon. Oh, can you not tell me? Oh, that's right. Never mind. You can't tell me. I got it. Danny, do you want to send me an email so I can send you an email while you're underway? If you send me an email, Danny, I remember they don't let us send files that are pictures, but what I will do is I will send you the ship's newsletter in a document form. You won't get all the pretty pictures and everything, but you'll get all the news. And I'll send it to you. Are you surface or sub, Danny? Okay, I'm cleaning up. We got to clean up these lines. It's got to happen. Without the lines cleaned up, you're not going to have really bright. Yeah, are you surface or sub? Well, Troll, you know what? I always tell people I love if I can help them sleep. If you're surface, then you're going to get your emails in a much more timely manner than guys that are subs do, and that would be great. Oh, awesome. Then you're actually going to get an email in a timely fashion. Yeah, so would you like to get the ship newsletter? You just got to send your email so that I don't have to go look for it. And I also know that it's not the same, of course, as the one that we send prize alerts to and whatnot. So send your CaptainMadLove@gmail.com. So right now, guys, I'm framing in. I got to go through here and I got to kind of get those electric lines put in right. We got to get a really good feel for them. Like this one here is kind of like not right, but if it's, whoops, so floating over, sorry guys, is kind of not right, but at the same time we're getting there. It's just a matter of fine-tuning all of it. CaptainMadLove@gmail.com. So easy, Danny. I keep it easy so that people know where to get a hold of me. I'm Captain Mad Love. It's CaptainMadLove@gmail.com. Send your email aboard the ship to that email. As we come through here and we do all this, I think what you're going to notice is a difference in the volume. Because what all of this does really is just create volume. And you can take a little bit of a lighter color to create kind of a little bit highlights in some areas. You don't want to get crazy with the highlights in the new areas because we're trying to create the volume specifically up here. But I need to get this leg fixed. Dave, are you causing trouble out there? Are you causing trouble? Did Hobbies link what she was working on, guys? Miss Hobbies? Did you link what you were working on, doll? Or did you not have pictures? It's okay if you don't have pictures. I'm not going to stress you out about it. Don't even worry. I get it. And if you're hungry, honey, and you want to run, I get it. I totally know how that works. Okay, so on this one here, it's fighting me, and you're gonna get areas that just don't do exactly what you want. So it's fighting me. I'm not quite getting the thickness that I want on this. I want it thinner. So I'm coming in with the dark color that I'm using as the warm shadow. Remember, warm shadow, cold shadow, okay? And I'm thinning that down. Just didn't look right. I think Hobbiness might have needed to go get herself something to eat. So for everybody who's in here, if you are not following Kali Sandra, who I think had to run also, if you are not following Hobbies for Happiness, can you guys go give them a follow, please? Seriously, though, really, really good people. Longtime mates. So now I'm coming back in, you guys, with the the glaze. And I'm going over the areas that we cleaned up, all the white lines that we made, all the hot spots that we made, and I'm glazing a little bit of that lemon yellow in there. A little bit less up in these areas here. I'm not being too concerned about staying exactly in the line because you figure a little bit of that. Thank you very much, you guys, for shouting out Hobbies. I really appreciate it. Also, if you guys are not following her and Kali Sandra, you guys want to go do that. That follows are free. Follows are free. And we do appreciate the love. Those of us that stream almost live off of that. So you're still going to notice that there's a little bit more white in the front. And you can come back in and whiten those up as well. We want to get a nice glaze of the neon in there for starters. but notice what's happening. Hopefully you guys can see what's going on there as all of his colors start to come together. I'm going to tighten up the skin a little bit so we've got a pretty good grasp on his uniform. I feel like maybe that waistband, I want to be very careful what I do with that belt because I want to draw up here attention, not down to his groin. Oh, bonjour, Volt. How are you? We are running without a face cam today. What is going on in your world, my friend? So I'm getting a little bit of that green worked up in there, you guys. Just got to get some shadow green. This area here is in the shadows, but we don't want it so far into the shadows that we can't see the color of the suit. That would be like up underneath of his rump. We're going to go for that. Bonjour! Right? So that's the whole thing, is that the thing of it is that you don't, it's not, there, like I said, I tell everybody, there's going to be this phase and it's going to be really not very attractive and you've just got to be patient with it. We call it the ugly phase for a reason. So right now we're kind of blending in some of the areas that are in a little bit more, getting a little bit less of that magenta, but still a little bit of that OSL is coming across, okay? Yeah, you gotta be patient with it. I do have to say that OSL, one of the things I really wanted these paints for was really OSL. I do love me some OSL, and you've just got to really, when building it, it is a process. It truly is a process. And actually, green and magenta are really good together, Troll. They really are. They are such good friends. I love the way that green and magenta look together. Now, I don't know. I'd wear green pants maybe and a magenta top. Well, I can appreciate, though, that you wait to see what your thoughts are instead of being like, ah, Captain, I just hate that. It's so crappy. And still yet, one of the interesting things about it is we still may have to build a little bit more brightness to it as it comes down. So now we've got kind of the basis of the front. You can kind of see where it's going now as we look at this. I am not one that likes the spots at all. Okay, now what we've got to do is we've got to spin this baby around, and we've got to work. The back is not getting that kind of coloration, but we still can't leave the back unattended. So what we do need, if you notice the electric, the yellow electric in the front. Oh, I still got to finish this leg. Hang on. So this leg is definitely needing some help. Well, hello. Did you finally decide it was lonely up there? There was no geek, no nothing. You're like, what is everybody doing? Hello, how are you? There we go. So now this one's starting to come together. It just needed some of the areas. And you're going to find you got to come back in because you're doing a lot. Whoop. You're doing a lot of little strokes. So you'll probably have to come back in and pick some areas up. Not unusual. When you do, notice like I painted over that. We just want to try to get it really tight. We've done a lot of work. Hello, baby. I almost still feel like this area here needs to be tighter. I'm gonna have to bring it in. I can't let it go. It's not looking right. Well, hello, parents. How are you doing? Well, because sometimes, yeah, it is a hammy alert. Are you gonna get in your seat? Hello. Did you come down to join us? I know. What do you have to tell me? What are you going to tell me? Is it time? You know what? She's right. But you're 3 minutes early. You're 3 minutes early. You're such a good girl. Where are you going? Hmm? Right there. Got to clean that up. So, again, with the, I'm going for a cool shadow here so we can really bring it on down. In this area, it was a warm shadow. The thing is that I'm not getting quite, we're kind of coming around the leg here, and I'm not quite getting it cleaned up as tight as I would like. So I'm going to go in for a really dark shadow to pull it back behind the leg. Come here, baby. You're not being ignored. Come here. You are right. It's close. Oh, happiness. Oh, just thank you very much for coming in. I really am focused. I'm so sorry if I didn't make a conversation and all of that. I am in a world here. Hobbies, keep your eyes open for the Kickstarter, what comes after it, my dear. I'm going to be focusing with this product because of what it's done for me, for people that are disabled and specifically veterans. It's going to be a little more focused in that direction. I just wanted to let you know. I appreciate you popping in. We were actually talking about you. I was telling everybody I have to finalize my date for our co-stream, and that I was thinking about you. It's so interesting that you popped in. I was just telling everybody, oh, you know what? I got to get a hold of Hobbies for Happiness and find out when our stream is going to be. So I'm really glad you popped in. It's a good reminder. Alessandra was very quiet, also popped in. I thought maybe it might be a raid and run kind of a situation. Thank you so much for the raid. What are you doing, Hammy? Oh, you're on the couch? What a good dog you are. All right, I'm going to get a little bit of this electric vibe here, get it in a couple places. Yeah, you like him? We're working up we're working on the OSL here. What are you up to, my friend? We've been talking about you this fine day. Slay, I speak of you. I've been talking about you. Did you feel your ears burning? Also, Troll, I just do have to tell you that, so all of Geek's Necrons are purple and green. So pink and green is just a couple of notes off of that. So I'm pretty accomplished, I think, in getting those two colors to make friends. Don't want that in there. Okay, I gotta get something to fix that. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, we had quite a few of them today, actually. Some folks are marking it on their calendar for after payday today, Slay. There's a couple of folks that didn't know about it, and they said that as soon as they got paid, they would go in and they would back it because they're going to get paid before the Kickstarter is over. It's just that they didn't budget it, and then they wanted to get one for a friend too. So we should see a little more activity from that. I showed everybody all of my new and unusual ways of using it, which I've really so I've come to be quite dependent on it, actually, Slay, because of my issues. So I basically just kind of came out today and showed everybody what I was doing with it for me personally that really helps cover a lot of the issues. Also, just to let you know, so the new medication gave me, when it was adjusting, kind of gave me a case of the shakes, and I wasn't able to, you know. Oh no, I know. I was also telling them that my new one was gonna definitely make a difference. That'd be great, Troll. That'd be great. We've got 11 days, so just make sure you keep track of the countdown. Yeah, so these colors do actually, Haliconias come in this color. You guys, it is a Hawaiian, you can look it up online. It's a Hawaiian flower, but it's really much bigger than a flower. But it's one of my more favorites, and Haliconias come in this color, and so to me, I guess I can really grasp it because what I see is the Haliconia as I'm doing it. Yeah, I think it's gonna help troll painting quite a bit in their painting accomplishments. Troll kind of does also paint in a big chair, and I've been talking to Troll about maybe getting one of those harmonica holders that and finding out a way to attach a mini to it, because I had to get out of my chair, my big chair. The doctor was like, yeah, no, let's not do that for posture reasons. But what I was going to say, Slay, is that the thing that has been pretty cool is that it really helped a lot with the shakes. I'm not used to not being able to paint a straight line or paint for a length of time or any of that. And the new medication, before it got all balanced out, was giving me the shakes, and it really pissed me off. I was noticing that. And this has been a really big help for me for that reason. I have so many ways of being able to use it. I wish you would have been here to see them all. It's pretty incredible. I showed everybody all of the new and ingenious ways that I've come up with using it. Please be careful, don't hurt yourself. Yeah, we did a whole little thing on it, Slay, because the lady that a lady went into the Kickstarter and she bought one for herself and one for her honey, and on payday she wants to come back and get another one, I think for a friend, or it might have been a spare for their house. But I was showing her all the different ways. I don't know, Maylin, are you still out there, hon? The man that designed this, the inventor, is in the channel there. And we've been talking about this project. Actually, my birthday's in a couple of days, and Slay. And I am with the funds that I raised for my birthday, what I want is I want a mobile studio, because what I want to do is I did a little research, and I found out that in our area there are all these courses for mental health and social interaction for the military vets for all these different types of art, and there's no miniature art in our area. So I want to get a mobile studio together so that I can go do that for the vets and hold classes. And I just found that out the other day when I was looking for something. Yeah, I thought that it would really be something that they could look forward to, that we would do. And because the game store, our game store, remember I told you that he already said that whatever I wanted to do, just let him know, and the place is mine. So I think that it's a really good opportunity to build something like that out here, because I don't know. And also I'm a pretty perky person, so I think that it'll be a situation where they take kindly to it. Yeah, and I was amazed. I couldn't believe that they didn't have any. There's no. In fact, I know for sure, and I know who I can ask about this, but I know they have a place where folks gather where they share and talk about the historical figures. Did Volt just pop in and say bonjour and then leave? Volt, did you just pop in, say bonjour, and then leave me, my dear? Good lordy. Anyway, they have a place they get together for the historical figures, and I thought, well, why not the Warhammer figures? Oh, that is so cool. I'm just not sure about the paint. That's why I want you to look. I want you to look into that harmonica thing, my dear. I feel like that little thing, if you could put your little mini on that harmonica thing, if there was a way to do that, that it would be so much better for you. Okay, so the Battle Burrito Wagon is really cool. I like it, but I will tell you that Geek really did come up with that idea. Not the Battle Burrito part, you silly. But the mobile painting thing. In fact, it was on our agenda of one of the things that we wanted to so, you know, all the list of things that you want to do and where the priorities come in, basically. Well, I've been telling Geek from the very beginning when we first started, because we went to the game store over here, Slay, and it was like, there was so many vets. The very first time I experienced our game store over here was like on a, I can't even remember the event, but that's one of the reasons why we ended up part of that game store, was because there was really a lot of them. And I was like, you know what? These guys, and they were telling me they don't always want, it doesn't always about, you know, the old, oh, what do you call it? Damn it now. Historical. A lot of them play a lot of different stuff. You know, and I was like, oh, wow, okay. Well, I am proud of you creating the Grim Grip. And we were just all talking about that today because I had to show everybody all these new ways that I came up with using it. And since, then I go and forget the name. Darn it. Hold on, let me see. Well, brain fart. Dave, do you remember her name? You totally got it. Hold on, let me scroll back. Hang on just a second, because she's not here. She's not answering. Oh, she had to go make dinner. That's right, she had to go make dinner. I told her, please make dinner for me too. Hold on. I'll find her, Captain Claymore. Oh! You know what you want for your commission. Oh, I totally missed that part. Hold on, I'll get her name for you. So she, Volt Baby, are you still out there? She started asking questions and I got off on, wait, let me show you all the ways that I use this thing in my studio when you guys aren't looking. And Kali Sandra came in and raided us. And I didn't get to talk about Odin. Well, darn it. And Diomedes is out there working and lurking. She must have left a minute ago to go make dinner. And I just forgot how to pronounce her name, and I don't want to say it wrong. Oh, what are you watching? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, I can kind of feel you on that one, Slay. Now, after you get all of these areas cleaned up, you guys, you got to go back in with your glow, and you kind of got to touch up the little areas where you got the glow thing going on. And I recommend tiny, tiny little dots versus even trying to paint a line. This leg right here, that one has to be fixed. It looks to you like it's perfect, but I'm telling you what, it's not. I mean, perfectly blended. That's what I meant to say. Look at that perfectly. It's not perfectly blended. It is a nightmare. Really? So I got to come in here. I got to clean that line up right there. Dots. Tiny, 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 tiny little dot. Just like that. Here. Tiny, tiny, tiny little dot. When you get out here where you got space, you can totally go with the stripes. Well, hello, MDK. Will it shine out under blue light? No, I made this effect. Well, you know what? Actually, I will tell you what. Probably because Day Glow paint does do that. So it's probable. It's probable that yes, it will. Yeah, so in the dark, in the light. In the dark, in the light. In the dark, in the light. Dark. It says Day Glow paint. If you get your Day Glow paints on just right, they will do that for you. But you do have to really build them, and you got to get those back whites in there. That's the problem I find with them, is the part that the backlight, getting those layers in there just right so you can get your backlight to produce. It's a pain in the arse. I actually surprised myself with it, to be honest with you. But it might. I will, I think Geek has a flashlight that does that. I will test it. Oh, you know, we also have a booth that we cure the minis in. What are you up to today, MDK? No, silver will create a specific look. It does reflect, but it works better with clear paint or other metallic paint. That's what we use in the automotive industry, is a very intense silver for the back. But with day glow paints, glow in the dark paints, etc., the key is the back glow. White, you gotta have white, and your white needs to be matte, and then you've got to glaze over it. Yeah, that silver in the back can be really nice for, you know, like vehicles and armor, to get kind of a candy apple sort of a thing going on. Okay, I'm going to come into the knee here, and I'm going to add some darker green because the knee needs some separation. I'm going to use a little bit of the blue, the green. This is where we come in and we start giving it the jungle colors. Okay? So I don't specifically want blue, but watch what happens. Off the camera there, sorry guys. This is where the real magic starts to happen, because we've got a lot of the colors built. This is where the magic with glazing actually starts to take place, is once your colors are built and you come back in and start to really pick up the glazing formula. Can you wait like minutes? We're ready to raid. You got a raid happening? Because I'm ready for that too. Do you know, I've had so many people come in and tell me that, MDK. I wonder what that is about. Do you have any ideas on that, Dave? Have you heard a lot of people saying that by chance? I've really had a lot of people say that recently to me. MDK. Am I talking to myself, Dave? MDK said all of his models are on break. He's just not feeling the spark to paint. And I was telling him that a lot of people had told me that lately. And I had wondered what it was. That one little, oh, sorry if my hood's getting in the way, guys. That one little area, though, is going to kill me right there. There's always one. I always have one favorite part of any painting I ever do. Yeah. No, I know that, Dave. I was just wondering if you'd had a lot of people say that to you lately, that they were just not inspired to paint. I've had a lot of people telling me that lately. All right. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, pirates and crew, we are going to go find out who we are going to raid. And it's time for me to be done. I'm around 30 minutes over. I need a little something to eat, but mostly I need some relaxation. I'm hoping that you can see what it is that I'm doing to create this glow. Probably. Hello, Samini. How are you, my dear? Do you like where it's going? Thank you, Captain Slaymore. So we still have the back to go. The back is facing the jungle. I did get the electric on his body built up. Okay. So now we're getting the OSL built up. We got to bring the skin in. But before I bring the skin in, I don't want to match the skin too much. Like this right now looks like the skin, but that's because of the OSL. So I got to bring the skin in. You like it? And those little tiny brush strokes. So there you go, you guys. We've done some work today. I am going to take a peek. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already have my focus on here. Yeah, I want to raid Soulway Studio. It's his late night. Wait a minute. I haven't raided them in a while either. I raided Soulways recently, though I didn't. He works one brush. Oh, you guys are so welcome. Thank you so much. I kind of the no face cam has actually been kind of relaxing for me, you guys. Just to be able to kind of like focus on my work and I really got a lot done. It made me feel a lot better. I think I might do this a couple times a month just to really have you know, some studio time. Maybe even open the studio and just turn on the cam and have the face cam running. I was going to use the airbrush booth today, but I was having so much fun working on this guy here that I didn't You know, it didn't even dawn on me. I mean, the suit is actually coming out looking the way that I want it to. It's doing what I want it to do, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm hoping you guys are enjoying it, and more than anything, I hope you guys are getting something from it that you can take home to your own studios. Hi, Spider Monkey. Oh, I wish you were a real person. But it's okay. You cannot be a real person. And I am going to go get something to eat. We are going to go raid 2 Dorks, 1 Brush, you guys. So make it awkward. Let's give them lots of love, lots of follows. And you guys, I will see you. Let's see, it is Sunday. I will see you again on Technical Tuesday. We're going to do something very interesting, Technical Tuesday, that I have planned for you guys. Lots of color blending and lots of eyes. We're going to do eyes on Tuesday, you guys. So join me Tuesday for some good technical stuff. Hello, Mark. You had a bottle of vodka. Oh my God. You know what, Mark? You bring that vodka self. We're going over to raid 2 Dorks, 1 Brush. Yeah, it is. You're late. He was busy with his vodka, Dave. So we're going to go conduct this raid. In the meantime, you guys, I will see you on Tuesday. You know the drill. Brushes. Minis. No, I don't know the drill. I'm sorry. It's the paint, the brushes, the minis. And get your fucking paint on. I will see you guys on Technical Tuesday. We're painting eyes and blending. I'll see you then. You guys remember, take care of yourselves. Thank you, Dave. You guys get your fucking paint on. I'll see you over in 2 Dorks, 1 Brush.